Announced today that speculation and interest in the embankment master plan consultation that the council has conducted, and to aid transparency and also to reassure people there is no delay, there is no reason for it to be delayed. It's nothing to do with elections, and I'm pleased that, all being well, that it will be published before PERDA, which is the 28th of March, hopefully on the 25th of March, and that will set out everything that's been said so far. The council will receive that document, and all members and others can consider it, as it will be in the public domain in due course. I'm sure my colleague, I forgot to say, Peter Hiller, may have some further conversations because I know the same subject is elsewhere on the agenda tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. We'll move on to agenda item 6, questions with notice by members of the public. And we have one from Mr. Richard Olive.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. And
Councillor Sanford.
Don't the standing orders say that when the leader makes an announcement, opposition group leaders have a chance to respond to it?
They would ask a question. So they question on the announcement from any leader of the opposition group for 1 minute.
Yep. Apologies, Councillor Sanford. Thank you. Yes, you're allowed. Group leaders are allowed one question of a minute's duration to address the leader on his statement. Thank you. Do I have any questions? Councillor Nawaz.
Just to be clear, is the leader saying we'll have the report by the 20th of March, or it'll be at the end of the consultation and then we'll make a start on the report?
I think the leader said the 25th.
The consultation has ended.
Yep.
Even though we accepted further submissions after the official date, just for clarity, it is envisaged that the 25th of March will be the publication date, and PERDA being the 28th. So there's been some speculation. The reason why I stress that, Councillor Nawaz, is there's been some speculation about it being deliberately delayed till after PERDA. That is nonsense. The only delay, if you want to call it that, is because it's been such an exhaustive process and it's taken the time it's taken. And in actual fact, I've always said we hope to have it back early New Year. That is the case, but I believe the document won't be with us until the 25th of March.
Okay, councillors. Thank you. Was that one for you, Councillor Sanford?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm tempted to ask a question about the situation with the technology, but he didn't talk about that, so I won't ask about that. I just wanted to ask, because I absolutely welcome the fact that we're going to have that a master plan is going to be published and that it will have a detailed analysis of the results of the consultation. But in that case, what were the 2 paragraphs that appeared in the agenda for the Growth and Environment Committee on March the 1st, which purported to show what the results of the consultation was? They said that option 3, I think, was chosen by 55%. So why is he releasing the results of the consultation in dribs and drabs? And, could he, because he doesn't even seem to be aware of that.
I have to say, I don't carry the scrutiny papers around with me, Councillor Sanford, nor did I prepare the scrutiny papers. I'm happy to take your word. What I've actually said publicly, as far as I'm aware, and it's only an early indication, I've not seen the whole documents myself, I believe that 2 options will come forward. That's only just because I've asked the question. And those options are already in the public domain. They were part of the 4 options, which I believe have now been narrowed down to 2. But let's see what it says. I haven't released anything in dribs and drabs, other than, personally I'm talking about, other than what I've just told you now.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Right, I've been told that audio is now back on live stream. So, to the members of the public, apologies for that. You haven't missed much. I'll just finish my statement. If anybody's concerned that they might have missed anything, can be replayed on catch up, and you get the full transcripts. Just basically it was my mayor's announcements. Councillor Murphy, you have a point of order? Go ahead, thank you. Use your microphone. Right.
It's not working. If that could be changed. I raised a point of order earlier, but Councillor Sanford got in by putting his microphone on. I didn't try and put my microphone on. It was under the standing orders. You were conscious of time, Mr. Mayor, and because of the impasse, because things weren't working with communications, you said you would add 5 more minutes on to the agenda. I think the impasse was longer than 5 more minutes, and then the leader repeated what he said, so I think perhaps it should be a wee bit longer. And while I'm speaking, you did give leaders of the groups the right to reply, but it then went into a discussion between people. We need to desist from that. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that, Councillor Murphy. Democratic Services have timed it, and it was 6 minutes, so I'll just be sticking to that rigidly. Unless I have any further dissent, I'll be happy to extend it for 6 minutes. So I can now, if I may, invite Mr. Olive to read out your question. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors and officers. I'm hoping I shall hear the answer to my question, but the sound quality is pretty dire at the back here. With reference to the news report in the Peterborough Telegraph on the 16th of January 2022, I note that the council is currently facing additional costs of £197,625 per year for the disposal of materials incorrectly placed in recycling bins by Peterborough residents. This is an enormous amount of money to be wasted annually, especially in these difficult times when the council is so financially pressured. Could you please inform me whether the council will be taking any action to try to ensure that Peterborough households recycle more accurately in order to reduce this figure? For instance, will it be providing more detailed lists for what can or cannot be recycled? And if so, how will it ensure that information reaches as many people as possible?
Councillor Simons.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As per my response to a similar question at the last full council meeting, the cost identified by Peterborough Telegraph is an estimate and has been calculated using generic figure without consultation with the council. Therefore, the information in the article is not correct. The contract the council agreed means the cost of disposing of the incorrect items are not borne by the council but by the materials recycling facility MRF operator Amy. Once the recycling has been accepted, any items not recyclable through the MRF process are the responsibility of Amy, and the council does not bear these costs. The importance of placing the correct items in the green bin, however, is still a key challenge, and measures are being put in place to tackle this and engage with residents to ensure items not recycled in the green bin, such as textiles, are recycled through another channel or disposed of in the black bin if they are not currently recyclable. Recent communication distributed citywide as part of the collection round reorganisation project included a comprehensive information regarding what materials should and should not be placed in the recycling containers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Olive, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I have. I'm afraid I regard that attitude as pretty irresponsible, since most people, when they have a doubt about whether or not something can be recycled, either resort to the leaflet produced by the City Council or the website. I've no idea where else they can go. But my concern really is, when I look at the leaflets and the information, there are at least 19 errors and omissions in the information provided by the City Council. And okay, you say the cost won't be borne by the City Council, but it will be borne by Amy, and I'm sure those costs do get passed on to you. But the other thing is, when I look at other local authorities...
Mr. Olive, you need to ask your question before time runs out.
I refer to an A to Z guide which is produced by many other authorities to help people. So what I'm really saying is, would he consider introducing such a guide for Peterborough residents as a matter of urgency? And there's one other aspect which is of extreme importance, in that lots of people still put nappies in the bins.
Thank
and
you.
I think that
Mr. Olive.
aspect needs to be accentuated on the website
Mr.
so
Olive.
people don't do it.
Mr. Olive, I'm going to ask Councillor Simons to respond to your question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Olive. Yeah, I'm quite happy to take this offline, Mr. Olive, and we can have a discussion and see what we can arrange. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Olive. Agenda item 7, petitions. Those presenting petitions this evening will have 1 minute to outline their petition request. Do we have any from members of the public? I can't see any, so therefore, do we have any petitions from members? I have one. Oh, from the public.
Yes, for the next one. So.
I beg your pardon.
Any from members?
Right, no, we don't have any from members, thank you. So we'll now move on to the petition for debate, which is Save the Embankment. Agenda item number 8. Information on this can be found in the agenda pack and additional information pack. Mr. Martin Ferguson, you now have 5 minutes to introduce your petition and address the chamber. Over to you.
Firstly, I'd like to say thank you for having the opportunity to raise our concerns. Not speaking just for myself, but on behalf of obviously over 900 petitioners that have had concerns that the embankment is about to be used for a stadium, multi-purpose stadium to go on there, also for the posh to use it as their training ground and obviously their football ground. You're going through a consultation at the moment, and we'd like to say that seems to be flawed. It was there for a couple of days. It wasn't really there in the public sphere. Sorry, it wasn't there so that it was really accessible for the whole of Peterborough.
You can sit down, Mr.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, you'll be nearer the mic.
We'll get there. Right, so the concern is that it wasn't there available for the whole of Peterborough to actually take note of this consultation. An easier way to do it would probably have been a leaflet drop to every household, and it would have probably been far cheaper than the consultation that you went through. And you'd probably got a better barometer gauge of exactly how the people of Peterborough felt. It was on there for a couple of days for people to go in there and give their results or their thoughts on it. And then for some reason, because at the request of some posh fans, it was actually extended for another day. So the question is, why was that extended? Was it because the result wasn't what they wanted, and did they extend it to get what they wanted? Obviously the embankment is there. It's a beautiful open space there used by the whole of Peterborough. It's an asset for the whole of Peterborough, and there's numerous scientific studies to say that living in close proximity to an open green space is good for well-being. The fourth leading experts on this in the world, the Exeter University, have put out some information, obviously giving their views on it. So I would, hopefully somebody's going to go there and read some of that and take it on board. We're going to lose a lot of things there. The running track weren't consulted. If option 4 goes through, the one with the stadium, it looks as if that will be lost. We're going to lose cathedral views. I understand it's not meant to be a cost to Peterborough, but by the sounds of it, if you're going to put in the infrastructure to actually service the whole of that stadium, then you're going to need to go along Bishop's Road. Currently, Bishop's Road floods every time there's a heavy rain, so access to lock that would be ridiculous. The tower block that's round there, at the moment the drains smell, so obviously the infrastructure there for all the plumbing and everything is going to be a cost that I would assume would be to the council. What we recommend is obviously the majority of the open space on the embankment stay open. Everybody will understand that all around the edges may well need a bit of development, and the toilet block that's on there that hasn't been used, and I would say has been willfully neglected for the past 20 years, is a disgrace. And obviously it's down to the council why that's not been refurbished and why it's been allowed to be as it is. There's rumours out there, not rumours, but the general consensus of most people is that the area is overrun. There's druggies there, there's alkies there, and that's a fallacy. It's not. I've lived opposite that for 20 years and I walk there regularly. The place is actually fine. In all the time I've been over there, I've only had one disagreement with one of the people along by the boats. Coming to that, you've got half-sunken boats along the embankment there. Whose responsibility is that? Surely it's down to you, or at least you should find out who it's responsible for. Try not to race through all of this. As I say, we're calling into question the consultation. Now the thing is, we know that everybody, we're social animals, we love to be beside water, we love to congregate, and at the moment we feel that the posh fans are being used as leverage to try and get purchase on getting the embankment. So when it comes to the consultation, that is obviously need to be called into question.
30 seconds, Mr.
Okay, so all we'd like to say is hopefully this is a little bit of grit in the oyster and it can be looked at properly, and I think between everybody the embankment can be refurbished and made into a beautiful place that Peterborough is proud of. If they were to do the bridge that they're on about doing, do it properly, or get somebody from Peterborough to design it, have a competition, whatever, just use the creativity that you've got in a fantastic place, and it doesn't seem to be used as it should be.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson. Councillor Hiller, as Cabinet Member, would you like to move your proposal as set out in the additional information pack?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, and I thank Mr. Ferguson for his petition. There are a lot of assumptions there, Mr. Ferguson. I have to say, I listened very closely to what you were saying, and your premise that this is going to be the grit in the oyster, I thought was rather telling. Mr. Ferguson, this petition was received after the end of the public consultation. Members, I hope will be aware of that. Public consultation on the emerging embankment master plan. Its content, I have to say to you, Mr. Ferguson, was duly considered by the independent master planners, and we await, as the leader has already announced, we await the final plan for our city's embankment, which is due very, very soon. My proposal, Mr. Mayor, is to note the petition from Mr. Ferguson and to take no further action at this time, because the petition has already been considered in the round of consultations, so there's little point, in my opinion, there's little point in referring it to either Cabinet or Scrutiny Committee in advance of the master plan presentation. The well-researched and much consulted upon embankment plan will be the indicator for what might happen or indeed might not happen on our embankment, not a petition, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hiller. And Councillor Fitzgerald, I hear you're going to second the proposal. Will you speak now or reserve your right to speak later in the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Stanford, I understand that you have an alternative course of action you would like to propose. Can you move that one, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to propose that the petition be referred to the Growth, Environment and Resources Committee for further consideration. I'd also like to thank the lead petitioner for bringing the petition before us, and also like to thank the hundreds of other people who actually signed it. Our petition scheme is an important way of people bringing an issue to full council. But I think many people assume that full council is the Parliament of Peterborough and has extensive decision-making power. Under our leader and cabinet governance model, full council doesn't really have any real any real power. It provides a platform for us to talk about things, but most decisions are made by the Cabinet. But what we do have is scrutiny committees who can carry out in-depth investigations, and whatever your view on this very complex issue, I hope you would agree this is an important issue. We're going to have the results of the master plan, so they should be taken into account by the scrutiny committee together with the concerns expressed by the petition. Now, the Liberal Democrat group does not have a firm policy on where the football ground ought to be. What we do have is a policy of protecting green space all over Peterborough, and that includes the city centre. There is a lot of competing pressures on the embankment, so we were one of the leading people who called for a master plan to see what can be accommodated reasonably on the embankment whilst at the same time preserving a significant area of green space. We've seen during the COVID pandemic that people really do appreciate having natural green space for healthy exercise, to protect their mental health and their physical health. The embankment is the only significant area of green space in the city centre. I think there's more we could do with the green space. It needs to be kept open for large events, but I'm sure around the fringes of it we could do more to improve biodiversity. In terms of the Peterborough United Club, I'm very much of the opinion we need to keep the club in Peterborough city centre. There's loads of examples where clubs have moved out of city centres and have got into severe financial issues, and also it would create transport issues in that people would only be able to get to the ground by the car. Personally, I think the club can do more to redevelop the ground it currently has, but I think we've got to accept that the club just think that they want to move to a brand new ground. So I think we should look at all alternative possibilities in the cities, and there's a number of other proposals that have been put forward. We need to remember that the council is both the owner of the embankment, but it's also the planning authority. The planning committee has a role, but the cabinet and the scrutiny committee needs to have a role. So it's a complex issue. I think our scrutiny committee is the ideal forum for these complex issues to be investigated. So I'd like to put forward my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford. Councillor Wiggin, will you second the proposal? Either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to second the proposal, and I will reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Right. Before we move to debate, I will invite the legal officer who'd like to deliver some advice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to offer members some advice before you start the debate tonight. No planning application for development on the embankment has been received, but there is always the possibility that one might be submitted in the future. Consequently, I would advise members of the Planning Committee in particular, but really all members who may sit on Planning Committee in the future, to exercise caution in relation to views they might wish to express this evening. It's important for members to avoid any appearance of having predetermined the assessment of any future planning application by making any definitive statements for or against the acceptability of any development on the embankment. It is fine for everyone to still take part in the debate and indicate a view, but you should not give any indication of a closed mind on this issue. Members will be aware that you must remain open to the consideration of any future proposal on its individual merits, as well as all other relevant factors at the time any decision is made.
Thank you for that. And just thought I'd check, actually, do we have any further proposals? In the absence of none, we can move to debate, but I will just remind members that we're only debating the motion from Councillor Hill, the proposal, and we will only move on to debate of the second proposal if the first one should fall. So can I call upon any speakers to the first one? It's members, it's a petition debate, not a motion debate.
So, Mr. Mayor, would I then be next?
We have.
If there are no speakers,
sorry, we have Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, I invite you to speak.
Yes, if I heard you right, Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking against the recommendation from the Cabinet member. And thank you for that good advice from the legal officer. Don't be predetermined when you're speaking, because it's a planning issue. And also thank you, Mr. Mayor, for asking if there are any further proposals. Really well done to make sure that it's all done hunky-dory. And I'd like to thank the lead petitioner for coming here tonight and presenting his position. Others have done. The cabinet member didn't, but thank you for doing that, and thank you for somebody who lives across the road and saw what happened when the planned car park came up, which is adjacent, and the elderly people in particular were concerned about that. The council reviewed it and come up with another plan. I think we really need to consider not supporting the recommendation so that we can look at it going perhaps to scrutiny, bearing in mind what a third party said only last year, that we need to do scrutiny better and more. And we've been through all that training, and I think it is getting better, and scrutiny is the right place. Now, without predetermining anything, I think our local policy guidance at the moment is quite sound. It says, look after what we've got, enhance the regional pool and the Lido where the former county primary school was, and don't encroach on any green space on the embankment. The lead petitioner did touch on the consultation, and whilst this petition has come to us now, it's been going for a while, nearly 1,000 people signed it. We need to consider those 1,000 people's views, and I accept that the consultation that happened on the open days at the town hall wasn't perfect. I question the independence of the people that are carrying out the report, because they've been commissioned by this executive presumably, but we'll see what they come up with. And many things were missed. The athletics track didn't exist as far as they were concerned, or the AstroTurf pitches, so it's possibly flawed, possibly critically flawed. The lead petitioner talked about the poor maintenance of the toilet block. I think that happened after the rowing club moved, etc., etc. When I worked for the local authority, I had responsibility for such things as the embankment, and there are the travellers' fair people's rights on that embankment, and some money came to enhance the embankment, to do some drainage when they gave up their rights on Fair Meadow car park the other side of the river. The embankment has proven over many, many years, whether it was a country and western festival, whether it was other music festivals, whether it was the annual play day that our children's play services used to run there. It looks really nice, actually, if you look across it from this side of the river, though the way the trees have been
Time expired.
So I would like to commend that we don't support the recommendation to basically squash this petition and the views of people in Peterborough, and we look at sticking to our current policy over the next few months.
Do I have any other speakers, please?
Thank you.
Councillor Robinson, yes, sorry.
Thank you. I'm concerned that this petition would miss the right to be discussed at Scrutiny Committee, and I think all the signatories of it are expecting it to be given full and proper time. On the topic, I do feel worried that there is a risk of overdeveloping the embankment and forever risking its long-term value being realised. I think the local experts, LDA Design, who phrased it well in the paper this week, that the public consultation on the 4 options was perhaps just an exercise in moving buildings on the site, be them stadiums or other buildings that were proposed around the quay. And as Councillor Sanford has touched on, research has shown that since the start of the pandemic, the urban features that people have really come to value are the green amenity spaces. I think we've had our eyes open to that. I've seen more than one fabulous vision for the embankment, aside from the consultation options presented to us, that really created fantastic green space for a variety of leisure and nature goals. And I worry that it feels like we might just cash in on the value of that land by prioritising just a few goals for what could just be quick cash. The site has been neglected, and we must take our time to make a decision that enhances this open space as a green jewel in the midst of ever-increasing development in the city centre, not just leave a bit of grass as thoroughfare between one big structure to another, which the 4 master plan options just seem to be to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as a member of the planning committee. I'm not going to go into any of the elements that are proposed for the merits of or against any of the elements that are proposed for the site. However, as a Liberal Democrat, I feel that we're very strong on transparency. We feel that this is a very important issue that affects a large part of Peterborough, and that it should be, the 787 signatures that were on this petition should be given their day in court, as it were. And I think, echoing the opinion of Councillor Murphy, that our scrutiny committees, or committee, should I say, for this, should be in place to do a proper job on scrutiny of this proposal going forward, so that there is a proper debate. I don't think we can have too much debate on a subject of this gravity. So, with that in mind, I will be voting against the motion that's been proposed by Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Day.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too want to vote against the motion from Councillor Hiller. As others have said, I think the number of petitioners have a right for this to be debated in the scrutiny committee, and they have a right for their views to be listened to. I too am concerned about the fact that we're losing a public area of green space. It is Green Party policy that everybody should have access to green space within 15 minutes of their home. Given the massive development of flats, Fletton Keys, St Mary's Court flats that are already around the embankment, we do need to retain this the last remaining large area of green space in our city. I'm also concerned about issues around flooding, as the petitioner has mentioned. The football ground will concrete over that area of green space, and it's absolutely true that once you begin concreting over areas of green space, you will see more rainwater, and which will cause more flooding. This is public space and public land. I think it's unfair to privatise that for a few people that will pay to get in. I'm also concerned that, like the Rico Arena in Coventry, that they had a massive new arena built, and it's actually a soulless arena that they can't fill every week. So I'm concerned that we'll be wasting our space. I think that, as others have said, there's huge potential to increase biodiversity and to make this a green-blue area that's attractive for all, and not just a small section of the community. And I will echo the comments that Councillor Murphy made. The Bridge Fair is over 300 years old, the travelling fair. John Clare used to walk to Bridge Fair from Helpston. There's a huge history behind that travelling fair, and we will lose that if we lose the last remaining open space in our city centre. Our city centres need green spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nawaz.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm a tad bit confused simply because on many occasions we're always asking the public to get involved, to share their opinion. And I fully appreciate that the consultation period came to an end, but we have quite a few hundred people here who want to share a particular view. So I really am struggling in my mind why we find it difficult to take this petition to scrutiny so those members can fully discuss and talk about what's being said. In terms of the embankment, I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the councillors here, that we all want to see the best use for the embankment. It's not our personal space or place. It belongs to the people of Peterborough, and it's important we allow them a voice, and we listen to them, we hear them, and we do what they want us to do because it's their space. And with that in mind, it's important we explore all the different options available on the embankment so that we get the best outcome. We only have one embankment, we've got one shot, we have to get this right. We can't afford to get it wrong. And the embankment is the lung of the city centre. It can be used as a place which can invite people. We're forever talking here and elsewhere about a lack of footfall in the town centre, And I think if we unlock the embankment in a way which invites more people, more families to come to the town centre, that's going to increase the footfall, it's going to be good for the local trade, and it's going to make Peterborough a better place and a better experience. So with that in mind, I fully support the fact that this should be taken to scrutiny for further debate.
Thank you, Councillor Nice. With no further speakers, Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to exercise your right to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes I think I'm in a different world. You have to look at what's actually being asked of us to do here. And by the way, Mr. Ferguson, thanks for coming. And I know Councillor Hiller did thank him as well, despite what Councillor Murphy said. You know, the petitioner is asking for something that we're in danger of debating. You just said we need a plan. That's the whole point of the master plan. Why are we taking a petition to scrutiny to determine or discuss something that we haven't seen? We paid for a planning document that will be released soon. The petitioner has every right to object should an application, planning or otherwise, as the legal officer has come forward, just the same as anybody else. What this petition, if you read the petition, in actual fact, you know, says nothing. It doesn't allow scrutiny to do anything or anything else. What we should be debating at the appropriate time, whether it's scrutiny, whether it's cabinet, whether it's council, is what we might do with the embankment, which will be led or enlightened by the master plan we spent thousands preparing. I'm not sure what we're taking to scrutiny and why in terms of this petition. The other thing, just be mindful, the petitioner, and be aware of this, doesn't want the university either, according to this petition, which is already underway and ongoing. Look, I have no particular, axe to grind about what goes on the embankment, like Councillor Nawaz. I want to see the best. I happen to have certain views, but they're not set in stone. And I'm not bringing any developments forward, and neither are this council. So what are we taking to scrutiny? We're in danger here of doing something prematurely. By the way, Mr. Ferguson, I can tell you that I received an email this morning about what are we going to do about the dogging. And weekly I'll receive emails, what are we going to do about the drug taking? So to say the embankment is some kind of utopia or heaven and it's marvellous, it simply is not. Let me just cover a couple of points for you as well. A leaflet drop would have been far more costly.
I have a point of order from Councillor Nawaz.
Yes. Point of information and also point of accuracy. The leader says his views are not set in stone. Yet earlier this afternoon he put out a tweet saying that
I am for it.
He is for it. So
yes.
You are pretty much set in stone if you're making a public announcement.
Look,
so
let me be
it'd be good if you're clear on that.
Let me be perfectly clear. In principle, but it is subject to seeing planning applications and everything else. In principle, I am for the redevelopment of the embankment, which may include a stadium. I've said that publicly. That doesn't mean to say if a plan comes forward and I don't like the look of it, then I wouldn't agree it.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I did get delayed, of course. As for the extra events, Mr. Ferguson, the event that was held in the town centre first was when most football fans were away, and they complained bitterly to the council that we hadn't given them a fair opportunity to input. That's why an extra event was held, by the way. But reassure you that all these things are being looked into fairly and squarely. There's no subterfuge here. Everything's transparent, and the planning process, as my colleagues will attest to, is what it is. I have no more influence on that than any other member. I am positive and pro-Peterborough. I want to see the embankment developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for future reference, when there's a point of order raised, the time does freeze. Mr. Martin Ferguson, you have 3 minutes to respond to any issues that's just been raised.
Okay, for a start, I spoke to you earlier on, and I didn't say I was against the university. What I said to you was I thought Peterborough is in need of a university. What I said was the expansion of the university in the various phases further along would end up taking a lot more of the green space. So I wasn't against the university. As for the dogging and the drug taking and stuff, you'll find that most of that happens on the other side of the embankment, on the Middle Fen side. So just to correct what you were saying there. Well, that's what you said to me on the way in. Obviously, you campaigned earlier on, last year, on your webinar, saying that you were going to be the one that was going to try and get the posh going, or get the posh onto the embankment. So you can't claim to not have any influence on that. You've got an influence on there on all of the posh fans. You're talking 8,000 people that regularly go to there. What we'd like to say is, obviously now I'm flustered. The embankment is there for all of us. It's actually a Peterborough asset, not just an asset to be given over to a private commercial enterprise. Once it's done that, we'll never have it back. And the importance, I don't think, can be underestimated of that land. For the well-being, as I said, if you look at the Exeter University studies, they'll tell you that the whole of the city will actually raise in well-being if there's local green spaces for the people to go to. People can't walk all the way down to Ferry Meadows, so all the people that in the new density of Peterborough is increasing, fourth fastest growing city. So obviously the density is increasing, you need more green space, it becomes more valuable for the people around there. So I think to take it away and to give it to a commercial enterprise is wrong. Obviously, the Peterborough Civic Society say it's wrong, the running track say it's wrong. Obviously, you didn't even consult them before putting out those plans. So I obviously refute what you're saying about not wanting the university there. But if you've got the university there on that green space, and you've also got the stadium there, you're going to end up with no green space left. Once that space is actually divided, it's going to be far easier to get rid of it. I think you're doing it to keep yourself afloat, money-wise. Obviously, the vast money that's going to be made on the London Road ground, once that's sold off, if they get the embankment, is going to make somebody very rich. And I think that's the reason behind most of this. Okay.
Back to me.
That's it, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And Councillor Heller, would you like to sum up?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sanford.
I'm always curious about what procedures we follow in this council. They seem to change from meeting to meeting. But my colleague, Councillor Wiggins, seconded my proposal and reserved his right to speak. So at what point is he going to be allowed to do that?
When we start to debate your issue. Thank you.
Which probably won't get debated because this lot will force the other proposal through.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to move on. Councillor Hiller. Do you have a point of order? Yes, Councillor Murphy.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I don't like to interrupt. I like to put up the card as we're supposed to say. My point of order is 2013 rule. It's on rule of law. Earlier on, the legal officer gave us very good advice, being careful about predetermination. From what I've heard tonight, it's been suggested that the council leader was predetermined on a football stadium or development on the embankment. Maybe he needs to answer that just to give due diligence to his position, because if he is predetermined or people believe he's predetermined, we are in big trouble.
Right. Councillor Murphy, the legal officer will respond.
Councillor Murphy, I think the leader made clear that he wasn't predetermined. He hadn't made his mind up finally. He's just said that, so...
Thank you very much, legal officer. When I heard the petitioner talk about a conversation and things he'd seen on a webinar, he was saying that the public believed the council leader was predetermined on this. He'd made statements about building a stadium within such a time frame.
Well, the law on predetermination is quite precise, and it needs to be, you need to show that you're predetermined at the point that any decision is made. So, Councillor, the leader would have to be sitting on the planning committee, making a decision on any planning application for that to kick in. So obviously we would look at any allegations of that at the time any planning application came in.
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, I'm happy to clarify again. If anybody is predetermined, it's the whole of the Labour Party when the leader announced they were all against it. However, I'll be clear again. In principle, I am supportive of an arena on the
Councillor Fitzgerald,
however,
please.
it's subject to a planning application, which I'm
please.
not involved with.
Councillor Jones, you had a point of order.
I take on board the legal... Thank you, Chair. I take on board what the legal officer has said, but Councillor Fitzgerald's now twice maligned members and undermined publicly members of the Labour group who are on the planning committee. He has no right to do that, and it's not within his pay. He's saying he's Snow White, and he's saying that members of the Labour group, that our leader has given us predisposition. Absolute stuff and nonsense, and I hope he's going to retract that, please.
Thank you. No, I'm going to call another point of order from Councillor Newhouse.
Following on from Councillor Jones, I made it very clear to the leader last time that I'd emailed Councillor Harper when he was chair of the planning committee to make it very clear the Labour Party or the group had a conversation, but all the members who sit on the planning committee were not part of that conversation. So when I was speaking on behalf of the Labour group, I was bar any of the members on the planning committee, and that's in the minutes which were emailed at the time, and anybody can see those if they wish to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to move on.
I don't think this is the time and place to have this discussion.
No, quite right, thank you. No, I think I'm going to move on now and continue. No, I won't be asking you to respond, thank you. Councillor Hiller, can you sum up, please?
Yes, I'll do that if nobody else wants to chip in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, similarly to the leader, I feel as though I'm living in a parallel universe at the moment. I mean, has anybody actually read this petition? Have you actually read, apart from you, has anybody actually read this petition? I think about things. I've been here a little while, and I hope people that know me reasonably well will perhaps assume that before I've recommended that we do nothing with this petition, because it's already been considered by the master planning folk, because the comments from the petitioner, we're going to take away the green space and give it away to a private entity. Where on earth does that come from? It hasn't come from me. It hasn't come, as far as I'm aware, it hasn't come from the leader. It hasn't come from the Conservative group or the administration or the cabinet. So where are we actually going with these statements? Councillor Day seems convinced that an arena is going to be built on the embankment. It's news to me. It's news to me, as I've said on so many occasions. No deals have been done. No monies have changed hands. Nothing of that description. So please, members, have it firmly in mind.
Point of accuracy, Mr. Mayor. We did manage to get the memorandum of understanding between the football club and the council published, and what it says, it doesn't make any definite commitments, but it uses phraseology along the lines that the council will use their best endeavours to enable the football club to have a stadium at their preferred location on the embankment. Okay, so to say they've not expressed any opinion on it is just not true.
It is true, Mr. Mayor, because if Councillor Sanford would read that further, that memorandum of understanding, it does specifically say if that site is unsuitable for whatever reason, we will look to help the Peterborough United Football Club, or their property arm, as I understand would be the arena people that are interested in, to find somewhere else in the city. So be accurate with your point of accuracy, Councillor Sanford, because that was misleading.
Please continue.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. My recommendation, look, if you guys want to put it through to a scrutiny committee, fine, I don't have any issues with that. But all you're going to be talking about is a petition. You're not going to be discussing the master plan, which is the important thing. So my recommendation is we do nothing with this petition, because the master plan will be discussed and debated as and when the master plan is released for the embankment, as to what might happen, as I said before, what might not happen. So please just bear that in mind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Right, now then, I'm going to move to the vote on this proposal, and I'll remind members at this stage that we will only move on to debate of the second proposal if the first one is not agreed. Over to Pippa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're now voting on the proposal from Councillor Hiller to note the petition and take no further action. So those voting in favour, please raise your red card. Those voting against, raise your... start again. Voting in favour, raise your green card. Voting against, raise your red card. And abstaining, vote your yellow card. Sorry, so all those voting in favour, please raise your green card now.
You sent that email after you made the announcement. But how was the minutes? How was the full? You know as well as I do.
Can we keep the green ones raised?
All those in favour,
Green
please
only.
raise your green cards again, please. Right, thank you. All those voting against, please raise your red card.
Did they get Jamil? Have they got Jamil?
All right, thank you. And all those abstaining, please raise your yellow card. All right, that's 30 voting in favour, 27 voting against and 0 abstentions. So that is agreed.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to... Thank you, Mr Ferguson. We're now going to move on to agenda item 9A, B and C, questions on notice. There have been 21 questions submitted by members this evening. All questions have been published on the Council website and will be taken as read. One question has been deemed ward specific and will be responded to in writing. Number 1 from Councillor Wigan. Councillor Simons, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Wigan in relation to money spent on advertising the changes to bin collection days?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm quite happy to do that. Thank you for your question, Councillor Wigan. This council has not funded the advertising for the changes to bin collection days. This has been funded and led by Aragon Direct Services. We have been advised this has cost in the region of 30,000. All residents will be affected by change in time that collections start from, and just over 47% will have a change in collection day.
Thank you. Councillor Wigan, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. So effectively we're saying half of that money that has been spent has been not telling people that bin days are changing and their bin day isn't changing, which doesn't paint the council in a particularly good light. My understanding is also that this wasn't put to the cabinet member before it was agreed. So what else are Aragon doing that we don't know about?
Councillor Simons, good luck.
That's quite correct. I have had serious words about this, so it doesn't happen again. As you'll be aware, letters have gone out to every resident, not only to advise of change of times and change of days, but also what is allowed to be put in the recycling. So that's been very useful. Also, they did advertise the gyms, and we've had a really good uptake on the offer that we put out for the gyms. So in a way, it's been reasonably successful. Thank you.
Thank you. And question number 2. Councillor Simons, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Hogg in relation to bulky waste collection?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Quite happy again to do that. Given the current financial pressures, we can no longer sustain offering this as a free service, and it will go back to being charged at £23.50 from April 2022. It's worth noting that the free service offered has led to no significant decrease in fly tipping across the city. Residents will be able to continue to use the bulky service for a charge of the £23.50, or they can take their bulky items to the HRC based at Fengate free of charge.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Maybe the Cabinet member would like to comment on the fact that the In Touch magazine is currently still advertising the fact that this is free services available in Gunthorpe. And I was just wondering how in touch exactly is it when the service is no longer available. The fact that it was a manifesto commitment by the Conservatives at the last election that took 6 months to get into working, and then only 3 months worth of free collections were available before it ran out. I don't really think that's very value for money, and is that the kind of thing that residents for further manifesto commitments from the Conservative Party can look forward to next year?
Councillor Simons, can you answer the question in relation to the service?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Hogg. Yeah, I was aware of this, and I have pointed it out to the Gunthorpe team, and they will be doing a correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor 3, question 3. Councillor Steve Allen or Fitzgerald, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Kayyum in relation to library services?
Indeed, thank you, Mr Mayor, and I hope colleagues will forgive me. I had a migraine as I entered this chamber this evening, so if my articulation fails, I do hope you'll be forbearing. I'm sure you don't want me to labour the analysis of your understanding, of the leader's understanding, of my understanding of Councillor Sanders' question. All along, the leader and I have made it very clear the review of libraries will take many months, not least because we do need to consider reducing public opening hours. We will need to consult widely with the public. This point has been made clear on a number of occasions at the Financial Sustainability Working Group. However, I have been very clear that I expect to be able to present the findings of the initial phase of the review in broad terms as part of the budget debate, and it is this to which I was referring. My response at the budget scrutiny meeting may well have been construed to indicate that I would be in a position to present the full review, and I'm conscious the leader's intervention was intended to provide an absolute clarification on that point. Whilst addressing your question, I do also want to take the opportunity to confirm again that members will be engaged in the review process. Indeed, I would at this point register my thanks to the various ward councillors who joined Councillor Howard and I when we visited the local libraries as we conducted our tour of the library estate. Hearing the thoughts of the councillors reinforced our understanding that every library is unique and it serves its community in a very different way. The inputs were invaluable to our considerations. With that in mind, please be assured the final outcome of a review will be presented to full council before any further decisions are made about library services. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Kayyum, do you have a supplementary question?
I do indeed, Mr Mayor. First of all, I'm sorry that you have a migraine, Councillor Allen. With the greatest of respect, you do have a history of getting it slightly wrong. All we're doing as councillors and as opposition members is to protect our ward residents. So this chamber will also recall the initial false promises over the housing revenue account, the mistimed and unnecessary Key Theatre closure announcements, the handling of the Warrington Sports Facility. Yeah, we're coming to it, still in 30 seconds. The handling of the Warrington Sports Facility closure to residents, blaming officers for the failing. So, with reference to the budget scrutiny meeting, Councillor Allen, did you really misunderstand the question? Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said earlier on, I'm sure you don't want me to keep talking about my understanding of the leader's understanding of my understanding of Councillor Sanford's question. The response was based on an overview of the fact that an analysis of the libraries were taking place and that Councillor Howard and I were doing so. So I think the question was answered quite adequately.
Thank you. Councillor Fox, John Fox, you had a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's the second time you've done that when somebody's trying to ask a question, and when they put a question as supplementary, and they do not have to ask that question straight away. It can be at the end, so you're sort of pushing people to say what they're going to say when they really should be given time.
Should be leading when they want to answer. Should be leading on the question that's just been answered. Thank you. Right, Councillor, question 4. Councillor Hiller, Fitzgerald, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Sainsbury in relation to use of the Town Hall?
Yes, I'd be more than happy to answer that question, Mr. Mayor, and I thank Councillor Sainsbury for the question, to which I'm able to respond positively and state that a full review of the Council's asset portfolio is currently being undertaken. The review will be wide-ranging and include aspects of commerciality and income-generating activity to support the Council's financial position, including room and facility hire for private functions and events whenever or wherever appropriate and cost-effective. I will ensure the outcome of the review is reported to members in due course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sainsbury.
Thank you. Councillor Sainsbury, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Number 5 from Councillor John Fox. Councillor Allen, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor John Fox in relation to regional pool?
Yes, indeed, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Fox, for your question. Although directed to the leader as portfolio holder for recreation facilities, I'm happy to respond. Peterborough City Council has an ageing leisure stock, and there is demand for more water and hall space as the city continues to grow and develop. The regional pool facility will require substantial funding over the coming years to keep it operating as it is, so a new facility is still an option to explore moving forward. This was originally identified as being located at the Pleasure Fair Meadow site, but could perhaps be better positioned in the area behind the Lido, or indeed at another location. Linking existing facilities on the new plant facilities and achieving cost advantages would of course avoid duplication, so that is why the Lido is mentioned as an option. Funding for a new facility will have to be explored using different models and options that may be available. The high-level feasibility work for a new leisure centre in Warrington indicated that a significant subsidy would be required from the council each year to deliver the project, and as a result, it's not something that could be supported, and note this word, in the immediate future. However, this absolutely remains an aspiration, and we will be doing all we can as part of our future growth plans to bring that facility forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor John Fox, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. Thanks for that response. I do appreciate it. But the problem is we were that close, as you well know. We've had several meetings, and there was the possibility. I've never been 100%. I've always been 99% sure it was going to happen. But the residents of Warrington need to know, is this going to happen? Is it on hold, or is it scrapped? Because that would be very unfair if it's scrapped when we're so close. It has to be. Warrington has waited for this for 40 years, and the residents of Warrington want a sports complex and a swimming pool, and it cannot be scrapped for any other ideas that people may have, because Warrington deserve better.
Councillor Allen?
To that I would echo, hear, hear. The provision of more water in the north of the city is a defined aspiration of this administration, so we would definitely continue to look forward to that as part of our growth plans as finances prevail.
Thank you. So question 6 now, Councillor Simons. Can you respond to the question from Councillor Sanford in relation to Aragon's PR campaign?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, happy to do that. The changes to the bin collection days and subsequent communications have been led by Aragon Direct Services, as I mentioned earlier. They have maximised the communication campaign to ensure all residents were aware bin days were changing across the city, and the sticker applied to all bins encouraging residents to read the subsequent leaflet that was delivered. This leaflet indicated that all bin collection times were changing, but also reiterated which bins to use for what commodity and how to recycle. If this campaign generated 1% increase in recycling, we would see a circa 50,000 saving to the council. We also continue to see recycling bins used incorrectly, and the incorrect commodities placed in them, causing contamination. By re-advertising what should be in which bin, we hope to see this reduce, which will also give further considerable saving and boost our overall recycling percentages.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm very pleased he wants to increase our recycling percentages because they're pretty abysmal as we stand. In response to the previous question, he said that 53% of people aren't having their bin times changed. So isn't it a complete waste of resources, not only putting out leaflets talking about bin changes that are not going to happen, but also putting on people's recycling bins plastic stickers that aren't in themselves recyclable, and also sending out folders to councillors. Now, my folder was sent to 46 Oakcroft, which is really good, but I live at number 43. So, you know, isn't this a complete shambles? And he was saying earlier that it's going to be paid for by the Aragon company, but Aragon are a wholly owned company of Peterborough City Council. So, is this cost not going to be passed on to taxpayers in Peterborough?
Councillor Sanford, yeah. As you know, recycling in this area are about average, and I am committed to improving that, as you know. It is. I did question Aragon on the stickers. They say paper stickers don't work on the bins in the all weathers. They just wouldn't last. I did ask the question. What was the? Sorry, I've lost my track.
Councillor Sanford, just repeat the question.
The folders, yeah, sorry. Again, as you're aware, Councillor Sanford, I had no input on this. The Cabinet had no input on this. The folders, it was my suggestion to put them in the pigeonholes in the town hall, but they chose to send one of their staff around to every councillor to deliver.
Thank you. Question 7 from Councillor Murphy. And Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to respond in relation to Councillor Murphy's question on the interim chief executive arrangements?
Indeed, I was just musing over the fact who lived at 43. I hadn't got past that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to respond to Councillor Murphy as follows. I may go knock on the door, actually. Whilst it was known the chief executive was retiring and a fair amount of notice had been given, the recruitment process for a new chief executive is necessarily intensive and does indeed take a significant period of time, along with the necessary external checks which are required to be completed ahead of the new chief executive starting employment. Notice period also needed to be served. Therefore, a decision needed to be taken to ensure that the council fulfilled its statutory responsibilities by having the duties of a head of paid service covered for the short period of time between Gillian Beasley leaving on the 31st of December and the arrival of the new chief executive, Matt Gladstone, with us tonight, on the 31st of January. Consideration had been given to asking the chief executive in post to further extend their employment, but this was not possible as plans were already firmly in place. Following discussions with myself, it was agreed, and I send grateful thanks to Wendy Ogle-Wellborn, who did not have to agree to stay and in actual fact changed her plans to stay on for another month, who was already the Deputy Chief Executive, with the ability to act in the absence of the former Chief Executive. She would act as the Chief Exec for the 4-week period. Gillian Beasley also discussed this proposal with group leaders at the meeting of the 7th of December. Thus, the incoming Chief Executive was also consulted regularly by Wendy Ogle-Whalebourne during this period. Thus, Councillor Murphy, members were indeed involved in the decision of doing this, just to give you some reassurance of that. And on your final point, the cost of the acting up arrangement was £1,079, and this ensured continuity of the approach, particularly in relation to the work on the Council's financial improvement journey, and there was no impact on pensions. Thank you, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for quite a comprehensive answer, saying there was no final salary enhancement. Let's have a look at that elsewhere. I don't want to talk about individuals. Clearly, there were discussions amongst people within the council. You named some of them. But why was an interim head of PED service, returning officer and chief executive not a member decision when it ought to be, and that is the common and good transparent practice? Why was it not a member decision?
Well, I'll seek some legal advice in just a moment, Councillor Murphy, but I believe that the leaders are members. Thus, the leaders representing all members of the group decided that that was okay, and as she was already the acting deputy chief, not acting, she was the deputy chief executive, I don't see what the problem is. But if Fiona wants to add a comment further than that, I can't actually see what the problem is.
Right, just on a point of personal explanation which may help, what I mean by members' decision is employment committee members or council members, we confirm through those processes and at full council these sort of posts. That's what I meant. I didn't mean informal gentlemen's discussions, gentlemen and ladies discussions. I meant the formal process.
Without being an expert, I would say that's incorrect, but I'm sure Fiona will confirm.
Councillor Murphy, the Employment Committee were fully involved in the appointment of the new Chief Executive at every stage of the process, as were members from all political groups in the process, and full council took the final decision, so I'm not quite sure what point you're making.
Thank you for that clarification. One, I was not aware that Employment Committee met because they didn't. And I'm not aware that there was a final council decision on the interim, because I was told by an officer when I raised this informally that the interim arrangement was an informal officer's decision. So maybe that's where the misunderstanding comes.
You were talking about the actual chief executive as opposed to the interim acting up arrangements. The deputy chief executive took on this role for 4 weeks. She has the ability under the constitution to act in the absence of the chief executive. I don't see that there's any legal issue here.
Thank you. I'll press on because of other questions, but my question really was who made this decision and why wasn't it made by council? Clearly it was done behind closed doors.
I believe because it doesn't have to be. Because it doesn't have to be. It's as simple as that.
Thank you then, Councillor. The question's been answered by legal. So we'll move on to question 8 from Councillor Day. Councillor Fitzgerald again, would you like to respond to the question in relation to Councillor Day's recent ecological emergency motion?
Firstly, apologies, Councillor Day, but you wouldn't be aware, because I tried not to spread it too widely, I've been on holiday for 2 weeks, which is the first time in about 3.5 years. And I think the answer will come in terms of your... I confirm that, as I set out during the debate at the last meeting of the Council, I and my Cabinet are fully committed, as are members on this side, to working together on this matter. In fact, I'd already asked officers to add this to the agenda for the group leaders meeting so that we can collectively determine how best to move this forward. So sorry for the delay, but it was only because I wasn't here so I didn't actually see your second email till I returned. But that's what happened in the interim. So I hope that explains the delay.
Yeah, thanks for the response, and I look forward to working with you on that. This is really important, and you're obviously recognising that if we don't protect our nature and biodiversity, then this could really impact the way that we live our lives. We know that the lack of, for example, pollination for our crops could cause massive food shortages, which will be aggravated by heat waves. And we all, we need to look into what our local farmers are doing in terms of agroforestry. I've spoken to many farmers in the area and they all agree that this is a serious issue and one that we as a council should be concerned about. It would be great to work with our partners such as the Great Fen, the John Clare Countryside Project, to work on a nature recovery strategy. This has to be done by law. It's a map-based exercise showing
And your
opportunities.
question?
My question, I've got a minute, haven't I? Showing opportunities for recovery and enhancing biodiversity. And it will become something that we will have to do, which I'm sure Councillor Fitzgerald is aware of. So, so can we agree then, Councillor Fitzgerald, to work on a strategy, a nature recover strategy,
Thank you.
with partners
I
and
shall be
stakeholders, and
inviting
implement
Councillor
recommendations from
Fitzgerald to
Baron...
respond, please.
I haven't finished my question, and I have...
Time's out. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Just to reassure Councillor Day and others, by coincidence today, I've asked for an all-party policy from Richard Astle on the Cambridgeshire the thing you just said about...
John Clare Countryside
No,
Project.
the John Clare Countryside, yes, but also Natural Cambridgeshire, sorry, that's the other thing. So we are on the same page, and I've already asked that to be brought to an all-party policy group, just by coincidence, not because I knew what you were going to ask me, because it had been in the diaries before my holiday. So we are trying to push and communicate more widely all those issues, Councillor Day, so we are in agreement on that.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Question for Councillor Jones. Councillor Simons, would you like to respond to the question in relation to caddy liners?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to confirm that Aragon Direct Services will only deliver new bin liners to residents where requested.
Thank you. And Councillor Jones, do you have a supplementary question?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. Question from Councillor Shaz Nawaz. Councillor Steve Allen, would you like to respond to Councillor Shaz Nawaz's question in relation to City of Culture status?
Thank you so much, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shawaz, for your question. The role of culture and heritage in all its forms is, as I have stated in this chamber many times, of vital importance to our growth and regeneration, to our levelling up agenda and to our post-COVID economic and social recovery. We are committed to working towards achieving City of Culture status for 2029, and to underpin that we have worked hard with our cultural partners to develop and adopt the new Peterborough Culture Strategy. This work led to the Arts Council awarding Peterborough its priority place status. We are supporting the development of a new cultural partnership, the Peterborough Culture Alliance, to drive forward our aspiration, and the work on numerous growth and regeneration projects, including the creation of the Vine on Bridge Street. Now, this continues to progress. Our officers are also linked into the work being led by the combined authority to explore cultural stepping stones between now and 2029. The short-term choices we need to make about future management arrangements to our own cultural assets, including the Key Theatre, the museum and Flags Fen, will not detract from the broader priority we place on the value of culture to make our city an even better place to live, work and generate a thriving visitor economy. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. The time for these questions have just expired, but I'll ask Councillor Nyers if he needs to ask a supplementary.
I will do. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and Councillor Allen. I don't know which question you've answered, but it definitely isn't my question, by the way. But my supplementary is, how does closing leisure centres, reducing opening times for libraries, and temporarily closing a key theatre support the aspiration of being City of Culture?
Councillor Allen.
As it happens, we didn't close the Key Theatre, as you know. We worked really hard to make sure that that circumstance didn't occur. What we did, we advised Peterborough residents and indeed staff, because of the requirement of HR, that we may have to if we couldn't pull out a solution. So I think that we're not closing any more leisure centres than we need to. If you have alternative options with regard to any of these options and challenges, please bring them forward. But I think that you have an administration here that, despite the financial challenges, which I know cross-party we have contribution towards the outcomes, and then bring them forward so that we can get the right outcomes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All remaining questions in this section will be answered in writing in due course. Agenda item 9D, questions on notice of the combined authority representatives, and we have one from Councillor Sanford. Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Sanford in relation to reversing cuts in bus services?
I'm becoming a bit of an expert on buses, particularly electric ones and electric bus stations. It's a pity you lot over there are so far behind. You need to get on the bus and ring the bell, because we are at an advanced stage with electric buses, if you've been keeping up. But the reductions have been made as a result of the pandemic impact within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority region. The operators have been able to maintain services where other regions have been able to. Combined Authority officers have maintained contact with Stagecoach as an operator within Peterborough throughout the pandemic and continue to do so. We are in discussion now that the pandemic restrictions have been lifted as to how we can encourage bus users back to the bus. I know it's close to your heart, Councillor Sanford, and we'll be working with Stagecoach communications team as to how we can make this work and be best achieved. Any support Peterborough City Council can give in this marketing programme will be very welcome by the Combined Authority, and we'll do what we can, of course. In addition to working with Stagecoach and other operators, we've submitted our bus service improvement plan to government and await the funding settlement, which will support additional improvements across timetable services and other services such as demand responsive transport, similar to the Ting trial in West Huntingdonshire.
Okay, and Councillor Sanford, do you have a supplement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bus services are not just close to my heart, they're close to the heart of the 30% of the population of Peterborough who don't have access to a car. In 2004, Stagecoach increased the majority of the bus services up to 10-minute frequencies. What they've now done is halve them to 20-minute frequencies. If Councillor Fitzgerald actually travelled on a bus, he would actually realise that that makes a big difference, because if it's every 10 minutes you can just turn up, whereas if it's every 20 minutes you have to know what the timetable is. So in 2017 his party voted in favour of handing over our strategic transport functions to the Combined Authority. So can he tell us specifically what he, as a board member of the Combined Authority, is going to do to restore bus services in Peterborough?
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford. I will play my part, as I've always said, in batting for the residents of Peterborough. That includes, I was singling you out personally because I know buses are very dear to your heart, but I know they're also important for many people in the city and across the county. But I'm also a realist in the sense that, you know, we don't control Stagecoach. They are a commercial company, and we can apply pressure and work with them, but I can't force them to do things that they are going to lose money on unless it's subsidised. So I know that the Mayor and the rest of the Combined Authority have some schemes and plans for improvements in bus services. I've already said that, which includes, in Peterborough, because we are behind, the electrification of our buses, which is a very big move forward. But we have to, and I think, just so you know, there is a bid in for something like £15 million to enable that work, which will make it easier and more cost effective for Stagecoach to operate their services, hopefully, which will in turn mean better services for Peterborough residents in terms of buses, and it means cleaner, greener city for us. And that's the direction of travel, and I'm on that bus, and if the opposition aren't, you need to get on it quickly.
Thank you very much. We'll be moving on now. Agenda item 10A. Now, we've got just under 20 minutes before we usually take a comfort break, so I intend to proceed with this item and take a break at an appropriate point, just to give members advance notice. So it's medium-term financial plan 2022-23, phase 2, and the details can be found in the agenda pack. As set out in the Constitution, there will be no time limit on member speeches for this item. Any vote in relation to this item will be taken by recorded vote, as required by legislation. Councillor Coles, would you therefore like to move the recommendations?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would. Members, I'm presenting you today with a budget that's unique in the short history of Peterborough City Council. We are setting our budget under the watchful eyes of our Independent Improvement and Assurance Panel, and no doubt central government too. It is also the first budget that we've set since this Council agreed our improvement plan back in December. The improvement plan makes clear that the budget for 22-23 would be a tactical one, whilst we create our strategic path to financial sustainability. There are some tough choices that we have had to make, but this administration will not shirk these difficult decisions, nor will we damage the future prospects for this council, our residents and our service users. The budget proposals in front of you will fund just under £35 million of investment, including pressures such as increased demand and hopefully the tail end of the COVID pandemic. These investments are part funded by an increasing government grant of about £12 million, which still leaves us needing £23 million to balance the books. Although we have been able to find £20 million of savings, unfortunately we cannot avoid an increase in council tax. We know that residents are facing increases in household bills due to the huge rise in energy costs. We know that inflation is running at 5 to 6%, and issues that we know of that are in the press, so obviously now it also may have an impact as well. So it is with huge reluctance that we are asking for an increase on council tax of 2.99%, which is 1.99% on the tax and 1% additional for adult social care. On page 9 of the report, I reference the 4 overriding objectives in setting these proposals, and I believe we have achieved all of these, and in particular, our objective to protect frontline services wherever we can. The table on page 13 categorises the £12.6 million of savings that are set out in the report, and this demonstrates the rigour and intelligence that has been applied to these proposals. For that, I think this whole chamber should recognise the determination of our officers in arriving at this intelligent solution. I make no apologies for repeating what I said at Cabinet in February. This administration will always do its utmost to provide care for the most vulnerable, to make sure the bins are emptied, the streets are clean, roads are maintained, and there is a good leisure and cultural offer. As this administration takes us through to financial sustainability in the medium term, we will continue to make the right decisions at the right time and for the right reasons. No budget can be set that is risk-free, and for 22-23, I think it's fair to say that the budget proposals contain a higher level of risk than is ideal. Consequently, the leadership team will be reviewing our budgetary control framework and accountability levels as part of our fundamental redesign of the medium-term financial strategy. In addition, we are creating a budget risk reserve to recognise that some of the proposals are not yet supported by detailed delivery plans. It is in this context that the Section 151 officer has written the robustness statement in Section 6 of the report. The conclusion is, and I quote, "The overall financial position of the Council remains a highly challenging one. Its resilience is relatively weak, and there are significant risks attached to this proposed budget. However, this proposed budget can be seen as the first step towards financial sustainability. With regards to the robustness of the budget estimates, and in recognition of the 6 bullet points shown in section 6.3 that highlight a number of issues, the Section 151 officer's comment is as such. The creation of a budget risk reserve in order to provide an overall satisfactory conclusion on the robustness of estimates." Then finally, on the same section, I point members to paragraph 6.4, and the bottom of page 25 in particular, where in the opinion of the Section 151 officer, the reserves are just about adequate for the year ahead, but only on the basis that the budget proposals add £5.5 million into our reserves. Members, the recommendations are set out on page 43 of this report pack. I said earlier that there will be increased interest in our budget today, and that no doubt will include watching the behaviour of members in this chamber. I sincerely hope that we are all agreed that the future of this council is much more important than any party politics. I therefore urge members of all parties to support this budget and vote it through unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Hiller, will you second the recommendation, either speaking now or reserving your rights?
Yes, I do second the recommendation, Mr. Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford, I understand you'd like to move an amendment to the recommendation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. I'd like to move the budget amendment in the name of the Liberal Democrat group, and in proposing it, I'll also make some general remarks about the budget. What the amendment says is that fees and charges should be increased wherever possible by the current rate of CPI inflation, and that includes a range of car parking charges, car penalty notices, and a range of other charges, and that the monies that we get from that should be put into a reserve to fund projects to help us achieve our corporate objective of getting the city to net zero carbon by 2030. There are two principles that the amendment puts forward. Firstly, that if you don't increase charges by inflation, you are effectively subsidising the activities as you're delivering a cut in the level of fees for them in real terms. And the second point is that the amendment will actually increase charges on things which cause carbon emissions and provide us some funding to actually invest in projects that will reduce carbon emissions. One of the motivations behind the amendment is what we've been told repeatedly by the council leader, by the chief executive, and by the improvement panel, that in the current financial crisis faced by the council, the opposition parties need to show responsibility and put forward constructive alternatives. For the last 12 months, the Liberal Democrat group has been part of the council's financial sustainability group. We've had a few concerns about the way the group's actually operated, but we have been successful in persuading the cabinet to actually remove what I could describe as some of its more crazy proposals. We've also put alternative ideas forward, and one of the ideas is reprofiling of the council's budget to support efforts on tackling climate change. Not necessarily spending a larger amount, but spending in a different way, and that is what our amendment proposes. Now, I want to cast members' minds back to 12 months ago. On the 3rd of March 2021, we didn't meet here, we met virtually to talk about the budget proposals. Labour and the Liberal Democrat groups put forward a series of amendments, and the Green group also put some amendments forward. Councillor Fitzgerald and his colleagues persuaded the Mayor to close the debate so not one member of an opposition party was allowed to contribute. They justified that by saying that all the amendments had been agreed. Now, the amendments covered a range of things: investment in energy conservation, getting external sponsorship for tree planting, using government money to improve green spaces, creating a fund to enable local companies to invest in green technologies. So in preparing for this meeting, I actually asked our officers to tell me what work had been done in the past 12 months to take these amendments forward. I finally got an answer earlier on today. No work at all has been done to take any of the amendments forward. So, Mr. Mayor, I have to ask the question, what is the point of this debate that we're actually holding? What is the point of full council? What is the point in doing what the panel has said, putting constructive alternative proposals forward, if the administration is just going to ignore them? Or maybe we should just be grateful that they're actually this year going to allow us to talk. I have to admit that I find some of what's been said over the last 12 months quite disturbing. We've heard government issue threats of closing down the council if we don't do precisely what they say. I think there's a slight irony in that central government control over half of our funding, and one of the reasons we're in the problems we have is that 80% of our funding has been cut. We need to have a system of local government in this country where councils have guaranteed powers and guaranteed sources of funding. We need to replace the council tax with a much fairer form of taxation. That's not something that we can control. But we have to recognise that budgets in Peterborough have not been well handled. We are not a council that has been well managed. Customer service in many parts of the council is appalling. People think that the council only cares about grandiose projects in the city centre, and many of the areas where people actually are get woefully neglected. People in Paston say to me, if the council doesn't care about us, why should we care about our area? I have a person in my ward who has for 2 years has been trying to purchase a tiny piece of council green space. She was getting nowhere. I helped her to submit a complaint over 12 months ago. The council and its subsidiary MPS has completely failed to even answer the complaint. MPS is one of a multiplicity of private companies, trusts and joint venture bodies to whom this council has hived off services. In the CIPFA report, and I actually quote, they said, "We understand the council has a joint venture with Measham Homes to provide affordable housing. However, we've no clarification on what this entity is." So Mr. Mayor, if CIPFA don't know what's going on with this multiplicity of companies, how are we as councillors or members of the public supposed to be able to comprehend it? At the last meeting of the Communities Committee, I raised the question as to why City Culture had taken over 13 months to work out how much money the Key Theatre was losing. I was told I couldn't be told because City Culture is a private company. A private company, yes, but one that's almost wholly funded by the taxpayers of Peterborough. We see in this budget many of the services run by City Culture targeted for cuts to the libraries, cuts to the museum. Many of our libraries are only open for 3 hours each day, so how can you cut them any further without closing them? Libraries are vital for children from many less affluent families, children who may have chaotic homes and whom the libraries provides a safe and quiet haven where they can learn and expand their horizons. But of course our council leader was quoted in the Peterborough Telegraph as saying, "Culture is a drain on the budget of the council." He may think that, but more knowledgeable people tell me that for every £1 we invest in culture, we get £3 of investment back into our local economy. So closing libraries and cutting culture is crazy, and we should not support it. And finally, Mr. Mayor, we're told the Conservatives have explored every possible avenue for budget savings. But we know there's money being squandered all over the place. They've just put through a decision to spend £1.7 million on replacing IT equipment. Their arm's length company has just wasted £30,000. We've talked about it earlier, sending glossy leaflets out to people about bin collections that aren't changing. We heard a member of the public earlier on say that £200,000 per annum is being wasted because people are being given incorrect information about what they can put into recycling bins. We spent thousands of pounds each year paying special responsibility allowances for committee chairs whose only special responsibility is to chair a committee meeting 4 or 5 times per annum. We see inflation going up all the time, yet we see the council freezing all the fees and charges. And when the council leader wants some cheap electoral capital, he suddenly finds chunks of money for his pet projects, like the free bulky waste collection, a popular idea but completely uncosted, and he's now going to be scrapping it. So, Mr. Mayor, I wish we didn't have to have an improvement panel, but I do wish they'd look into some of the issues that I've just highlighted. We have hard-working officers in our finance team, but they are led by people who got us into this mess and seem incapable of giving us the leadership in order to take the council forward. I move the amendment that I'm proposing.
Thank you. Councillor Wigan, are you seconding the amendment and either speaking now or reserving your right to speak later?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to second the amendment and I will reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
I have a point of order for Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We had previously agreed to accept the amendment in full.
Thank you very much. Right, we're not going to enter debate just now, as promised. I shall be calling a 15 or 20, do you think? 15-minute break. Right, bear with me. Right, we're going to go for the comfort break. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Right, members, we're still on agenda item 10A, and we're about to enter debate. Do I have any speakers? Councillor... Sorry. Howell, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I've got a bit of feedback. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, a few weeks ago, after we both attended a civic event, I had a brief conversation with Councillor Coles where I intimated that we would be supporting this budget. Our group has appreciated Councillor Coles' collaborative approach, and on our behalf, I'd like to thank him for his efforts to include us in this process. This has been refreshing. We have attended every meeting of the Financial Sustainability Working Group, and we've been pleased to do so on behalf of and for the sake of the city's residents. Even though the frequency of the meetings has often meant we've had to send our apologies for other very important meetings, we do agree that this collaborative approach is the right way to go, and this is why we've seen it through. Although the persistent and unfathomable criticism of opposition groups in the press by the leader of the council has been disappointing, we haven't allowed this to distract us from the important task at hand. We've made every effort to support the administration in its aims to present a balanced budget today. So it's with a heavy heart that our group will not be supporting this budget. Although we feel that we have upheld our side of the agreement, we've been bitterly disappointed by the short notice postponement of the most recent meeting and the late receipt of critical documents prior to meetings, documents which we're supposed to scrutinise thoroughly in advance of each meeting so that we can ask the questions that need to be asked. In a democracy, the role of the opposition is to provide scrutiny and critical feedback. But when we haven't received information in a timely manner, we haven't been able to scrutinise it to our group's satisfaction. One of the final straws in this regard was the letter I received from former City Council leader Mr John Holditch in his capacity as Chair of Governors at Peterborough City College, imploring us not to support this budget. We have since been told by council officers that there's a lot of confusion on both sides, but we weren't made aware of this, and this is just one example of a number of issues that we weren't aware of. We must also mention the large number of Peterborough residents who've written to us, some of them in great distress, following announcements about theatres, museums and libraries. We'd hoped to support this budget, but the late provision of information means we feel we cannot do that because we don't feel we have enough information to do that. My colleagues will provide more detail. However, I hope we can build on this year's collaboration, learn from these lessons, and truly come together in future years to produce the budget that this city needs to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure what other people who currently sit independently of a party whip on this council think, but I'm minded to abstain on this budget for some of the reasons that the leader of the Liberal Democrat and the Green Party have mentioned. It hasn't been exclusive. Actually, Councillor Coles was very candid, and I appreciate it. He says there's still many risks. It doesn't add up. We're not sure whether we're going to get the savings. He's mentioned the risks that the finance officer has identified. She cited that they are significant. There's a high level of risk, so it's a bit of a wing and a prayer. It's frankly been put together too late on a wing and a prayer. I can't really support it because it's not substantial. So I'm minded not to vote for it, to abstain or to vote against it. I'll listen to the rest of the debate. Now, Councillor Coles also mentioned that households are going to be affected by huge rises in living costs shortly. We're proposing to charge them even more for even less. I know a lot of it isn't your fault. It's cuts in central government, it's increased costs, it's increased pressures. but it's down to mistakes and errors as well. Occasional errors I can accept, but there's been a whole catalogue. Now, there's some areas within the budget. I think I'll look at cultural and leisure services, but I'll look at one in particular, a proposal to cut the welfare benefits officer. At a time when people are facing huge rises in their living costs, particularly fuel. Now, I don't know whether you know, 30 years of experience our welfare rights officer has. She is basically the last chance saloon for many, many people. Wonderful job during COVID, getting payments out to people, getting the food vouchers, getting round the difficulties. It may be due to the Serco contract, I don't know, but I do ask and plead that Councillor Coles and the leader take this one on board and have a look at it to see if we can via any other money. If you cut the welfare benefits officer, you're going to have more people in this city facing eviction, an increase in child poverty, more problems, more costs to social services, more costs to our homelessness budget. It's actually not cost effective. And others will demonstrate that a welfare rights worker brings in millions of pounds to the city over a number of years by maximising income for the poorest. A lot of the time it's just down to confusion between universal credit. She does the appeals that other people don't. And you know what? Disability Peterborough and other organisations in the CAB regularly refer people to her, because Disability Peterborough only deal with disability of a physical nature, not of a mental health nature. Social services, and in particular adult social care, refer people. She works with people that have benefit problems that are compounded by their mental capacity because of age or because of illness and stress. She works particularly with families with young children. There's really nobody else in Peterborough that works in particular with the older residents. Age Concern haven't got people on the ground here now. Their offices, main offices, is not even in the borough. So for that reason, I would ask other independent members not to support this current budget. It's not well formulated. The clarity is not there. I would like an assurance this evening or as soon as possible that this particular post can be reviewed. It's very, very rare that I identify a post, but this is really critically important at a time when my fuel bills have gone up. Well, I've got a cushion in my budget, but for some people, these 40–50% increase in fuel poverty and the costs, and for the elderly, who and where are they going to go to? There's going to be misery, there's going to be poverty, there's going to be confusion, there's going to be distress. There will be people crying in this city because they've got nowhere to go. We've not able to fund the CAB, so please, on that one particular area, reconsider, and that's why we'll not be supporting those budget details. I said earlier on that there's some areas that aren't very, very clear, and I think Councillor Sanford picked up on it. We had a situation some time ago where Vivacity gave us notice that they weren't going to continue operating. We had a debate at full council about it, and I think by 1 or 2 votes we agreed we would look at alternative provision, maybe cooperatives, maybe in-house or whatever. I thank the Cabinet member, Councillor Allen, for being candid and saying that work hasn't been done. And wasn't it demonstrated at the scrutiny committee when you were asking fellow councillors at that meeting about Vivacity, about the Warrington swimming pool, about the budget for the Key Theatre and the budget for those services? Frankly, there was no information on that budget provided by those officers for our arm-length company, and then they resorted to say, we're not allowed to give it to you by, well, no. I don't think there was an ability, let alone in the willingness to do it. So how can I vote for a budget when we don't even understand or can demonstrate to councillors what our budget is for leisure services, whether it's the Warrington pool, sports provision, whether it's the Key Theatre, etc., etc. I'm glad the Key Theatre is still operating, that's very good news, but we don't seem to know our budgets. We don't seem to know what we're spending on why. And when you look at the supplementary guidance that's come in, gosh, some of the things that have been written in there. One person who works in the library services is saying, why don't you combine with Cambridgeshire? It's closed down, we've lost all our volunteers. We're committed professionals. You haven't really looked at any other alternatives. Yet, top line, 50% reduction in budget, and for Flag Fen, and for the museum, basically for cultural services. It's critical. It will kill things off. The budget doesn't add up because the logic and the next stages are not behind it. They've certainly not been demonstrated to members, as the leader of the Green Group just explained earlier on. So we're a bit clueless here tonight to support this budget. It's a bit of a wing and a prayer, and there's some things within it that really are going to cause us more financial calamity if we go along with them. That's why I can't support it. CITFA have said basically we don't know what's going on with Neesham Homes, our property services that are our hands off. We need to get a grip. I accept what Councillor Coles is saying. This is an interim budget to try and sort things out, to have a bit of strategic work go on. That work should have gone on. Within the budget, there is absolutely nothing for a new sports and pool in the Warrington area. It doesn't exist. If you support this budget, you must be doing it in the full knowledge that those plans are out of it. They are not there. Rather than pontificating, rather than doing popular stuff in the press and the media, I think the leadership of this council needs to do the basics. Fix the payments, empty the bins, provide decent services, answer the emails from the public and our partners. We need to improve our quality of service. It's so poor, it is really atrocious in many cases. There are very many officers who provide good customer care and go the extra step, and they phone up the client and they get really good things sorted out, and I've commended some of them lately. But we seem to be dysfunctional. Some of the people responsible at the cabinet level for the arithmetic and the finances seem to be innumerate. Our communications are understandable. So we need to look again at this budget. You're going to have to come back very, very, very quickly. Get those others that are looking at us to give us a bit more time, and come back with a budget that is clearer, that is more precise, that doesn't rely on prayers and the hope that things will sort themselves out. We need more information. As the CITFA report and others have said, our scrutiny can and should do more, and it's been demonstrated to do it. But when it's tried to interrogate budgets, for example on leisure services and culture, oh, we can't give you any information because they didn't know it, or they weren't being allowed to provide it. I'm going to sum up now by saying I acknowledge that an awful lot of work has gone on, but there's too many significant risks within this budget. If you want to lose control as members of this council, and for somebody else to come in from central government, or for us to be combined with another authority, agreeing this sort of budget that just doesn't add up is the way to go. You need to be representing the residents of Peterborough. We need to fix this budget, and we need to get a grip and sort this council out. What we have before us tonight is not doing that, so I will not be supporting it. Thank you for listening, fellow councillors.
Councillor Joseph, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Coles opened his remarks by saying that this was a unique budget, and indeed it is. As he pointed out, we are being watched by the improvement panel and the government, but these are not badges of honour. These are in fact a result of the poor decisions that this administration has made year on year on year, and I'm not sure that I would want to draw notice to those if I was opening my budget. One thing that won't be unique this evening, I suspect, is that we will be told that we are on the cusp of our 21 years of growth and prosperity. This mantra is trotted out to us year on year on year: growth and prosperity, growth and prosperity. If we were looking at this in the light of our own sort of lives, after 21 years of growth and prosperity, we would probably expect to have a nice house, been promoted at work, perhaps a couple of cars, a couple of nice watches, wardrobe full of designer clothes. But the truth is, if we look at how this budget and this administration is, we've had to rent out a couple of rooms in our house, and we're looking at downsizing and getting rid of it. The cars have gone. We've sold off all the nice assets. We haven't got our 62-inch plasma televisions anymore. They've all gone. We've swapped our Giorgio Armani for Georgia Asda, and we're really now in a situation where we've got nothing left to sell. We've maxed out all of our credit cards. We really are in a really dire situation. That's after 21 years of growth and prosperity. So how are we going to deal with this? Well, apparently it's up to the opposition to come up with ideas on how to do this. I'm not really too sure why they feel we should come up with the ideas, because after all, as I've pointed out before, it is the job of the administration to come up with ideas, and for the opposition to critique and look at helping to criticise and to improve on the ideas they come up with. The reason why it's the administration's job to come up with ideas is because they're paid to do this. £250,000 of taxpayers' money is paid, and justifiably, according to the leader, taken by the administration in order for them to come up with ideas. The current administration sees the Financial Sustainability Working Group as manna from heaven for them, because it's yet one more reason why they can say, this is not our doing, so this lot were there, they were there. But let's face it, attendance at a meeting does not mean acceptance of the decisions that you've come up with. In the first meeting, we talked about the subject of bulky waste, which apparently, according to the Gunthorpe newsletter, is carrying on, even though we all know it isn't. We were told that we would be able to see the business plan for that particular bulky waste collections, because all spending over £10,000 should have a business plan and be signed off by the Section 151 officer. That business plan has sadly not materialised. I've been back to the Section 151 officer 3 times and asked for it before he left. I asked Gillian Beasley for it. She asked the acting 151 officer for it. I then went to Wendy Ogle-Wellborn when she was the acting officer, chief executive, and she came back to me with an email saying there was no such business plan. The fact that it was always a temporary measure was well known right from the start. The fact that it was introduced in the lead up to the election, well, you can take that as you will. This administration is characterised by a work-shy, disingenuous and disrespectful approach to the people of this city. Disingenuous has been proved by the bulky waste collection that was never going to last forever, and when it was brought up and asked for by previous Labour and opposition councillors, was told that it was not a way of reducing fly tipping, and that it was just a waste of money. But in the run to election, obviously, that was perhaps changed. And let's talk about other things. Their approach to their work, as I said before, they're work shy. The councillors, as councillors, we're paid an allowance, which they were quite happy to vote for an increase in, to undertake our duties. And many of us choose to go around and knock on doors, speak to residents, and produce a newsletter which reports back what we have found out. I live in Park Ward, despite the former Councillor Peach's protestations to many people on the doorstep that I don't, and in fact apparently none of us do, even though all of us do. And we had a newsletter come through the door in which he was talking about knife crime. And it spoke about how knife crime was an issue in Park Ward, and they went to speak to a resident, and the resident's response was in quotes. Now, I was always taught that when something appeared in quotes, it was something that somebody had actually said. And the resident said that obviously he was very unhappy with the situation, and it wasn't safe to live in the ward with all this knife crime going on. I was then given a copy of the Dogsthorpe newsletter, and there was exactly the same article, apparently the councillors had been out and knocked on residents' doors there, produced exactly the same article word for word, and managed to find a resident who actually said, in quotes, exactly the same thing as the Park Ward resident did. And well, what would you believe it? We got the East Ward newsletter and exactly the same thing again. So they can't even be bothered to go out and knock on doors in the wards that they represent and find out what the people in their wards actually want and actually want them to do for them. They just produce these nonsensical newsletters that have no bearing on the truth. There is another more serious example of this, which I won't speak about at the moment because it's before the monitoring officer, but involves a very similar thing where somebody within a ward has plagiarised and the work that another councillor is doing and taking it as their own. Why can't these councillors who want to take their money and want to vote in an increase in their allowances actually do the work that they're paid for? We're also told, when we were talking about special allowances, as I mentioned before, £250,000 a year is paid to this administration to do a job. The leader of the council gets approximately £33,000 additional to his £10,000 allowances. And I'd like to know for what? Because as he's very good at saying, all of the decisions, all of the nasty stuff, all of the cuts, they're not a Conservative budget. That's officers who come up with that. But when it comes to all the nice stuff, there they are with Pop-Up Paul having their photographs taken to prove what jolly good characters they are and how wonderful they are and what they bring to this city. And then we'll have the constant mantra again of what are you doing, what are you doing? As I mentioned before, we don't get paid to do this, you do. So perhaps instead of draining the coffers of this city and the taxpayers' money of this city, you should actually step up and earn the money that you're given and produce a budget that would be unique in your sense if it wasn't a series of cuts and cuts and cuts and excuses. This is what sums up this opposition, and for this reason I will not be supporting this budget.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to kind of reiterate points that have already been made. My group leader has made a fantastic speech laying out our concerns about the budget. But there are a couple of things that I would like to mention over and above what he has already said. First of all, the responses to the public responses to the budget has come in this format, which is like a point 4 big block of text. It didn't come to normal councillors until today. It wasn't released to the FSWG until yesterday. There is absolutely no way that anybody has read all of these unless maybe somebody in the Conservative group have had prior sight of them. So again, we are being let down by the paperwork that we're receiving for these meetings. So that's the first thing I just wanted to kind of put out there. The last meeting that we had, there's this concern about the City College and specifically money that they'd set aside their reserves, and the governor, ex-councillor Holditch, the ex-leader of the council, was basically saying that the money was going to not so much bankrupt them, but put them in a very precarious financial position, and this was their reserves. And what is the cabinet done with this money? That they're using it to prop up the budget. We've had a report from government saying that our reserves have got too low. The fact that we're not delivering a budget that's properly balanced, that we've got an over-reliance on using reserves, and here we are again with another budget that relies on reserves to balance the budget. we keep on getting told that government are watching us, government are keeping an eye on these meetings. Well, I hope they are keeping an eye on this meeting, and I hope they are seeing that once again this council is ignoring that advice and basically not taking the option of increasing their reserves with this money, but using it to balance the budget. We've got the fees and charges that one would normally expect to have a proper review done of them, so that going forward, for the end of the year, so we know what the budget is for those things. Clearly, there hasn't been time, and we're now being told that there will be an urgent review and it will be done as quickly as possible, but it could take until September before that process is over. The council leader has the fact that we last year we put forward items which have just not been looked at, and there's an inference that the council leader is saying, well, the officers haven't, and it just seems to be all the bad news is down to officers' recommendations, officers not doing their work properly. What I have to ask is the leader and the cabinet, are they driving the ship or are they passengers? Are they sitting on the poop deck thinking up ideas for the next election, manifesto promises that take 6 months to come to fruition and only last for 2 months before the money runs out, and then it's back to normal again, as we've just heard earlier tonight about the free bulky waste collection. I'm not seeing leadership here. What I'm seeing is chaos. Our local MP for Peterborough is always talking about the coalition of chaos. Well, what I'm seeing is the cabinet of chaos here. Are we in charge of things? We've had a situation where the LATCO, Peterborough Limited, spent £30,000. Now, I take on board that that's not our money, but actually that's £30 worth of profit that's not coming back to this council to help with our finances. So yes, we have paid that £30,000. There's no two ways about it. So we need to get a grip on what is going on with our LATCOs. It's all very well saying, let's farm this work out to LATCOs so they're more able to react to commercial ideas and be able to make profit here, there and everywhere. But at the same time, we need to have control of what these entities are doing. City culture, again, saying, no, you can't look at our books because we're a private limited company. Well, this is a private company, limited company that's been set up by City College, which I was told last night isn't a separate company, it's an arm of this council. So from my point of view, the City Culture Limited is owned by us. Why was that contract not open book? Why were we not able to, from the get-go, to able to look at the accounts? All of these putting together, I mean, on the plus side, I have to say that the Financial Stability Working Group is a much better entity than the previous Budget Working Group, which we were given papers at the last minute, and it was just a 24-hour before the press gets the release. This is what you're getting. At least there has been some discussion and has been some good work done, where we're been able to influence maybe some of the items that have come out of the budget that were less palatable than others. I have to say, though, I put a proposal forward in December to the Financial Stability Working Group to institute charges for electric cars using council chargers, and heard nothing more. I brought it up a couple of times with the leader and cabinet members to say, where are we with this? But nothing came forward with that. At a time where we are literally looking for cost savings in the order of sort of £10,000, I would have thought that something of that nature is something that should have been jumped on like a tramp over a bag of chips. It really needs to be. We need to look in every dark corner of of the council's finances and looking where we can find money, under the cupboards, at the back of the sofa, and basically bring this council into a budget that is balanced. So on that basis, I'm going to be voting against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knight, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my first year as a councillor, and I've learned more about politics in the last 6 months than I have in 41 years. How can we vote on the budget when we haven't been given all the correct information? We're still waiting on 2 reports. Would you sign a contract to buy a house without viewing it first? Because that's what you're asking us to do. I will not be supporting this budget.
And Councillor Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have concerns about this budget, concerns about the high-risk cuts to adult social care and children's services. I'm concerned that whilst we may pass a budget on paper that balances here in full council, that those cuts may not be realised in practice. This has been the pattern since March 2017, as stated in the CIPFA report. We balance a budget in full council, but we can never practically apply it, and it has led to this financial state we now find ourselves in. I'm specifically concerned and have a lot of letters written to me and emails written to me about the 50% cuts to the museum, art gallery and Flag Fen archaeological site. As someone that's worked in the museum and heritage sector, it mentions in the budget we need to increase commercial opportunity. It is difficult to do this in the sector if footfall is reduced. We discovered Viking longboats a number of years ago. The sector has not had the investment to exhibit these. We are at risk of losing these artefacts if we do not invest in the cultural sector. Flag Fen is a hugely important archaeological site, and we should be looking to enhance the finds, possibly at or in a Jorvik-style centre, city centre base, like the one in York, facility that is based on artefacts that we find at Flag Fen. Our museum and art gallery also need investment to flourish and develop. If you cut staff hours and lose dedicated professionals who can develop exhibits and exhibitions, thus you will then lose any commercial opportunities. I've read the letters that have been sent in by the Peterborough Cultural Alliance. I mean, we've just passed a strategy for them with monies up to about 250,000 to have a cultural strategy, and this comes from the Cultural Alliance, and yet we're making cuts to museums. There's letters from Peterborough Positive about the city centre. There's letters from the Peterborough Civic Society, the University of Cambridge and the joint mosques. And the Peterborough Cultural Alliance say these proposals, in terms of cutting museum and art galleries, these proposals pose serious risks to leverage and hence to leverage investment for the multiple potential funders in the cultural resources of Peterborough. Cutting services only to start again is costly, not least in undermining the trust needed to work together. And the University of Cambridge says these proposed budget cuts will have nothing less than a devastating impact on the museum and its staffing, quelling Peterborough's ambition to become a leading cultural destination, including a city of culture in 2930. Another question is, how are we going to enrol students to the university in future years if we're cutting back on cultural, heritage and leisure services? I urge you to take the view of these organisations, like the University of Cambridge, on board. When it has come to the budget this year, we as opposition have featured in many press releases as working jointly on the Financial Sustainability Working Group, and we've been told how we're all responsible. Yet when the Peterborough Climate Commitment came about, or when you launched the lower emission lorries, or stand on top of the university with only the cabinet members involved, you never mention our groups in your press briefings. You never mention that the cross-party climate change working group have been working hard behind the scenes on such ambitions to reach net zero carbon. You never mention that it is an actual fact it was the Greens that drove the push to declare a climate emergency, and all the work behind the scenes that opposition groups have been doing in cross-party groups to raise our ambitions in many areas that affect our residents in the city. You cannot force us to take accountability when it suits you, if you then ignore credibility to us when we have worked hard when it doesn't suit you. You cannot have it both ways. If you want us to be really fully accountable, then at least credit us for the work we have done. And then that leads me on to this. How do you expect us to work with you when your candidates such as John Peach and your councillor Brian Tyler put out a leaflet based on the assumption that Labour, Lib Dems and the Greens would increase council taxes when it is yourselves that have had to raise council taxes to the maximum limit, without the need for a referendum? in these difficult times. These are absolute lies and mysteries, and your party is spreading them to the electorate. So really look at what you're doing before you ask for our support again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ansar Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've listened very carefully to my colleagues. They've made all the relevant points. If this is the financial strategy for prosperity and growth, well, I'd hate to think what can be worst. I've been a councillor here since 2016. I've lived in the city for 51 years now. And when I go and meet people out in the street, they're having the toughest time that I have seen them have over the past 51 years. What we are proposing to do with this is going to cause more misery to many families who are already going through a tough time. I feel that this administration has failed this city, has run out of ideas, has mismanaged this city, and has let us down, and it's about time they let someone else take care of the business. Thank you.
Thank you, members. There's just one more question. Speaker left, Councillor Hemrush.
Only yesterday, a young man was sentenced for life for murdering his mother. The saddest part of this case is not only did he call out and lose his mother, her life in such a horrific way, but this young man was reaching out for help. He was struggling looking after his mother, and he didn't get any help whatsoever. Social services asked him, can he wait another week before we get care into her? Will we have another case where families are put at risk because they are struggling to look after those vulnerable people? I cannot support this budget to the cuts in social care budget and the rest of these cuts. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
No, this is the substantive.
I'm calling on Councillor Howard. You wanted to speak? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's disappointing, frankly, that the budget scrutiny was an hour less than was allocated, when one of the things that's been mentioned tonight is that we collaboratively all need to be better at scrutiny. We probably spent more time here talking about the budget, whereas in the budget scrutiny, not only could we have scrutinised the detail, we could have made suggestions there. What message does it send to our improvement board or to SIPFA that we're in this position tonight, after having a collaborative budget proposed that has been worked through collaboratively, and the time and effort that officers have put into it to get to this point tonight, after all the scrutiny and all the conversations we've had, to hear the political games being played out is frankly disappointing. I hope you reconsider, I truly do, because I think we need to send a message on this. We may have different politics, and we can disagree on many things, of course, as nature of the game, but on something as important as this, with the effort that's gone into it, I hope we'd see some support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to make a lengthy speech or respond to any of the comments that have been made by various people. I just won't enter into that dialogue. The only thing I want to say is thank you to all that have contributed to the budget process, officers, and indeed members of the Financial Sustainability Working Group. I'd just like to say one thing to Councillor Howell, and apologies really, because my criticism of opposition has not actually been about you, Councillor Howell. In fact, not at all. And if you seem to think that, then I apologise, because it was not aimed at you. In actual fact, it was aimed at Councillor Sanford and Councillor Joseph particularly for their failure to, or unwillingness to accept responsibility for setting the budget. So I make no qualms about that. And it's not that they haven't contributed, and I know Councillor Sanford has, and as Councillor Hogg said, there's been a lot of good work done in that group, and I hope it continues. But what I found frustrating was the unwillingness to accept that it is 60 members of this council's responsibility to set the budget, not just the 28 of us. That's the only thing I was criticising. So not
Point
you.
of
If
accuracy, Mr Mayor. At the budget scrutiny, I quoted from the council constitution, and I'll just repeat what it says.
I know
it
what
says
you say.
it is the responsibility of the cabinet to put forward budget proposals, which are then scrutinised and then get voted on at full council. It is not the responsibility of the opposition to actually produce the budget.
Councillor Sanford, you can quote all you like. That doesn't change the fact that there is an expectation on you and others by government and people watching this meeting to...
Point of accuracy, Mr Mayor. If government doesn't understand the constitution of this council, that is not my fault.
I don't care whether they understand or not. They have the power to intervene. And if they think that you are not up to the job and we're not up to the job, they will intervene. So to the Greens, I'm no criticism of you whatsoever. And if you thought that, I'm apologising to you for that, because that was not my intention. Because you've been committed to doing what you can do, and I know it's been difficult and challenging. So I do hope you reconsider. Look, members, to be perfectly frank and clear, and it's okay, you know, Councillor Ali I'll pick on. He comes here tonight with no understanding of what's going on really, and says he can't support the budget, but doesn't say why or what else you can put in its place. Look, I'm telling you now, we have to set a budget, and that budget has to be set tonight. If we do not do that, I'm telling you now that my gut feeling is we will risk intervention before the end of this week. And don't look at me, look at the officers nodding in agreement here. They are the ones that are dealing with DLUC and ministers, not us. We have a difficult position to get through. I'm trying to do the best that I can, keep everybody together, keep us all on track to keep this council going and in control of this council. I know not everything's perfect. I'm not going to retaliate to anything Councillor Joseph says or Councillor Hogg said. I'm just not interested. I'm interested in the survival of this council and getting us to a balanced budget. And that's all I wish to say on the matter, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Joseph, what was your point?
Point of interest, but surely as the leader of the council, he's paid £33,000 a year to be interested in what we have to say, and perhaps he should actually take notice.
Mr. Mayor, point of accuracy, I'm talking about the political nonsense that was being spouted. I'm interested in everything that members have got to say in terms of a positive contribution to the work of the council. So all I would say, as I said, Mr. Mayor, I thought I had closed, but the fact of the matter is we need to get on, do what we need to do, and set a budget.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do now. I'm sorry, Councillor Joseph. Councillor, what is only under a point of order? And what is your point of order?
Point of accuracy, from my understanding, is the leader of the party allowed to have the final say on everything?
What?
Councillor, didn't hear that, sorry.
I just put my hand up last.
I said, is it the role of the leader to get the last word in every single time? Because every single question you put to him to the evening, he's
sorry,
had that.
I'm going to disregard that, thank you. Councillor Chesnoaz. Sorry, Councillor Noaz. Councillor Murphy, point of order from you?
Yes, Mr Mayor, point of order, Rule 2015, a statement of accuracy. Did I hear the council leader say that we had to set the budget tonight? I don't believe that is true. We've got a few more days. We can negotiate with government. We don't have to set it tonight. We can adjourn this meeting if need be. We can have another meeting. If we don't set a budget and miss the deadline...
Councillor Murphy, you've made your point.
Do we save £250,000 as you no longer get your allowances?
Fiona, can you please confirm one way or the other whether Councillor Murphy has any accuracy?
We do. Councillor Fitzgerald is right. We do have to set a legal budget. It's before you tonight to take a decision on that. There are technically a few more days before the absolute deadline to do that, but nevertheless, you are voting on it tonight.
Thank you for the clarification. It doesn't have to be set tonight.
Thank you. Right. Now, Councillor Wigan, the amendment... Oh, sorry, Councillor Chaznoas, yes.
Councillor Coles is last. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Coles, for your opening speech. In fairness, on the FSWG, I found you to be very civil, courteous and considerate, and you've made our presence welcome, so it's only right that I thank you for that. Now, initially I had a lot to say, and some of that's been covered by some of the members, and the leader kept his speech pretty short, so I'll try and be as succinct as I can. Part 4.1 on page 5 refers to low government funding in comparison to service needs. Yet in the past, we've seen the leader make it very clear, some would say possibly boast, about his contacts in the Conservative Party and in the Cabinet, and I'm always perplexed why he hasn't gone to his high superiors in his party to say, we need more money and you need to give us more money because we're in deep trouble. So less talking, more action, and open up the checkbook and give us more cash. And that hasn't happened, and that's why it's being mentioned here. Moving on to 4.2, it says continued development of innovative solutions to deliver savings. And I've been a councillor since 2017, and in fairness, I'm scratching my head because I'm yet to see many of those innovative solutions. So maybe at some point somebody will share those with me. And of course, innovative is a buzzword, as is the next paragraph. Proactively managing additional demand and increases in pressures. Yet in 4.1 we're saying the problems that we have are due to increases in demand. So make your mind up. Is the problem due to the increase in demand, or have you proactively managed the additional demand? It's one or the other. 4.2, since 2018, the Council has been working with external bodies to deliver a sustainable financial strategy. Okay, we go further, on to page 9. Strategic budget approach. Feedback from external reviews says we must do more to deliver financial sustainability. So is it that bit, or is it the bit which is on page 5? Moving on further, it says we must have a renewed focus on the strategies available to the Council to close the budget gap and achieve financial sustainability. So page 5 says we're doing it, page 9 says we're not doing it. And the final bit on page 9 says this Council is at a critical stage. Its financial stability is not guaranteed and the future is uncertain. So again, as Councillor Murphy and others have pointed out, there are mixed messages being sent to us. Let's have a look at the numbers. So page 46, adult social care, increased income. We will look to explore all opportunities. Now, being an accountant, that tells me we've not found any additional income. Adult social care, £250,000. This will include looking at opportunities. So we've not found those opportunities. They are not real. This is hope, as Councillor Murphy said, living on a prayer. Children's social care. This proposal looks to carry out a review. So the review hasn't been done, therefore we haven't found the savings. Or if we have, then this report is misleading. Children's social services, increased income, £500,000. There is an opportunity for us to increase income. Therefore, that means we haven't found the income yet. Redesign of communities. This proposal looks to develop a new operating model. Looks to develop. That means hasn't been done yet. Culture and leisure, 1.431 million in savings, and I've already covered this at budget scrutiny, where I was a bit confused with some of the figures, and it's not been made 100% clear. Contract and procurement. I did ask this question there, and Councillor Teresti did attempt to answer it. The council has committed to reviewing. Therefore, we have not yet found those savings of £1.7 million. So the simple fact is, here we're living in hope, saying we're going to kick the can down the road and there are opportunities that we are going to develop. We will look to find savings. We may or we may not. Unfortunately, on that basis, it's extremely difficult to vote for something when you don't know the exact savings that are being made. Now, it's easy, everybody finds it easy who stands up and speaks to name call and give people labels like the coalition of chaos. That's fine. But then you have an MP who goes to Newark, takes photos and says he's going to write to businesses to get them to give the money that his party cut over a number of years, yet he fails to hold his party to account or party members to account, and enjoys taking photos on social media. Councillor Howard, you've been at this council for a number of years. You talk about political games. Well, if you haven't quite stood how this particular game works, then you've got quite a bit to learn, because you should only cast a stone if you're free from sin. The political games, my friend, are being played from that side. We're just the recipients. Now, I made it very clear on day one of the FSWG. Now, I appreciate not every single councillor was at that meeting, but I said, and I'm sure Councillor Sanford will back me up because I had a conversation with him, that we should be given different options available to us so that we can choose the most appropriate option between us, and then we can add comments and give ideas. That hasn't happened. We're not being given options. So either the officers are being directed by the leader and the cabinet, which is fine, by the way, I don't have a problem with that, that's part of their job, or they're coming up with ideas and giving them to us, but we're not being given options. Options are important. You can do A, B or C. Which one do you want to do? This is the short-term impact, this is the long-term impact. We propose or recommend you should go with option B. That's not happening. And I'm afraid this doesn't cut it. Giving us threats about government intervention is not good enough. So you can try and give us those threats, try and beat us up with a stick. It's not going to happen. We are the opposition. That's why we're sat on this side of the room. Our job is to oppose and to be as supportive as we can. But if you want to be us to be supportive, you have to be open and work with us. And I'll finish on that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is it? Right. Yep, I'm going to, first of all, before we move over there, to call on Section 151 officer who'd like to provide further clarification on the point of order raised about budget setting.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to raise the statutory deadlines for setting a balanced budget is the 11th of March. So technically we could have another couple of days to provide an alternative budget. In reality, I think that's a huge risk for the council. The council tax bills are scheduled in to be printed this weekend. I can't see how we have the resources to prepare an alternative budget in time to get the council tax bills out. And I think we will have, if we don't get the budget through tonight, I think we will have a significant problems with meeting the statutory deadlines.
Councillor Hogg, point of order.
The council tax bills, that's to do with the council tax that we set. That doesn't actually have anything to do with the budget itself. That as long as we are, ultimately, what we are talking about, and there is a proposal here, that the council tax will go up by the maximum amount that we can. So we can't increase that anymore, even if we wanted to. So any budget that comes forward would need to be balanced based on that figure. So actually, the printing of the bills should not be a procurement to that decision-making process.
I'll invite the 151 officer to answer to that.
we wouldn't be able to send the bills out or to print the bills without having agreed a balanced budget. We have to get the balanced budget first and then print the council tax bills. We need to have an alternative budget to be considered in time to get the council tax bills issued.
I have Councillor Murphy with a point of order.
Yeah, it's a point of explanation again. Thank you to the officer. That is a very good explanation. We've got a print run due. We need to get the bills out. We have to agree a budget before they go out. I'm thinking maybe the deadlines are the process, yeah? However, as the other councillor said, we're more than likely to go for the max we can without a referendum, which is the next item on the agenda. So if we don't agree this item or it's deferred, we can still take the next item on the agenda. And you know what? Your council tax bills can go out late if need be, or you can put them out first class post.
Is that correct?
I can only reiterate that the statutory deadline for setting a balanced budget is the 11th of March. That is the deadline we're working to. I can hand on heart say we don't have the resources to produce an alternative budget in the next couple of days
members,
without
please.
having a proposed budget on the table tonight.
Councillor Sanford has a point of order.
It's a point of accuracy. I just think what we've heard is what the council leader said a short while ago, that we have to agree the budget this evening, is not true. So I think that's just needs to be taken note of.
That wasn't a point of order. I've invited the...
Point of accuracy.
Thank you. I invited the officer to speak so that members were privy to all the same information. Thank you. I think Councillor Sresti wanted to talk.
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor, I listened with great interest to my fellow councillor over there about telling us that everything that we in the council have done is under review. Well, I would like to point out to my friend and colleague, he's an accountant, he understands how money works and how doing budgets work. We're providing a budget for next year, and that budget can never be, unless you've actually got the money in the account, that budget can never be 100% concrete. So what does the administration have to do? Exactly what you do in your own business, and exactly what anybody else in business does. You take a view on what the income and your earnings are likely to be in the next 12 months. And that's based, then what you do, you have to take a view on how much chance there is of actually being able to deliver it. So if you looked at the budget, you would see there would be RAG ratings on some things that one is virtually 100% confident that they can deliver. There'll be other things which, well, they should be delivered. And there'll be other things where you put a big red mark and you say, this is a risk. And it's no good saying, you know, Councillor Sresti's got £1.7 million worth of savings and it's all under review, and using that as a criticism. Of course it's a criticism. I haven't got the money. We're talking to our officers, we're looking at the contracts, and let me tell you something. We spend £330 odd million a year on services. And we've taken a view that we can deliver 1.7 million. You and I in the private sector would never accept that. And quite frankly, I'm not going to accept that in the council either. So we're looking at every single contract. And we are looking at the first 200, and we have been looking at the first 200 for a few weeks now, because we had to get the process in place so that we could actually begin to do what we thought was the right thing. And we won't leave it at 200 contracts, we'll leave it at 250 contracts. And then look again if we haven't made the savings we anticipate. And every single one of those contracts is probably specialised. Yeah, you know what the council delivers, you know what the council does. It's a specialist contract. So our procurement team won't necessarily have the in-depth specialist knowledge to be able to take it apart bit by bit by bit to make sure that we're getting all the savings that we could possibly get. So what have we done? We've agreed that where necessary, we will get specialists in to help the procurement team look at what it is we're trying to do. Now, you're not going to do that overnight. And we are trying to set a budget that says by the time we get to the end of next year, we'll be in balance. And we can only do that by taking a view. Only Jesus Christ knows the real answer, and that isn't going to be sure either. So we've got to be reasonable here. It's no good you saying, oh, everything's under review, and everything's under review, therefore it's rubbish. Actually, everything is under review. And we do need to look at absolutely every single thing that we do. And we've got to make sure we get a pound of flesh out of everything that we do if we are overspending. You'd have to give us time. I respect you a great deal, but I was surprised with that. You would be running your business exactly the same way as I run my business, and you understand exactly what I'm saying to you. So why don't you agree with us? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nama's point of order.
Forgive me, Mr. Mayor, but point of information for Councillor Teresti, and I have as much respect as he has for me. But Councillor Teresti, if I said to you, I'll find some savings in your business, and I said, I found savings of £50,000, you'd expect me to say, how are those savings made? Are you saving on the gas, electric, rent, rates, stationery, fuel, etc., etc.? I'd be giving you concrete numbers. Here you're saying, we are hoping to, reviewing, looking to make these savings. Well, we can't vote on the fact that you may find the savings. The work should have been done, and you said we are going to make these savings by doing X, Y, Z. If we can't do X, Y, Z, then these savings won't be found. That's not happening here, and that's where the problem is.
All right, thank you.
You see?
Personal explanation, do you mean?
Well, it's a respond inaccuracy. We're being accused of not doing something which we are absolutely doing. And I can tell you, we won't saving any money on gas or electricity. It'll probably be going up. You know, and I can tell you that we'll be looking for savings in other things. But it's a budget. I haven't got the money in my pocket. You haven't got the money in the pocket at the beginning of the year unless you've got the most amazing business in the world. You have to take a view about what is the way forward.
Right, thank you, Les.
And if you want detail, and I mean absolute detail,
yeah, let's agree to disagree.
See me after and we'll talk. We'll sit down. I'm sure the leader said it to you a million times. I'm quite happy to sit down with you over what we're doing in my portfolio and show you exactly what we're doing.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Very much. Then I'm going to close this now and invite Councillor Hiller as a seconder of the recommendation. Do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing further to say.
Point of order,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor. Can we follow proper procedure? Councillor Wiggin is the seconder of the amendment, so should get a chance to speak.
Councillor Fitzgerald, thank you. Legal officer, please.
I understood that the administration has accepted the amendment,
yes.
Therefore there is no
That's as I understood it, Mr. Mayor.
seconding needed.
So
yeah, that's not. He still has a chance to speak if he wants to speak. I don't know, but he reserved his right to speak. So you're saying that he can't. So it's ridiculous.
Councillor Wiggin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On that point, the amendment wasn't accepted before the debate started, so surely the correct order of debate should be followed. And Councillor Sandford was given the chance to introduce the amendment, therefore we should have the seconder. And I was given the chance to second and reserve my right to speak, which I did. So surely I should then get the chance to speak at the end.
Right, I invited you to second the recommendation. Then before we went into debate, if my memory serves me correct, we had the break. On return, I asked for any speakers, and Councillor Fitzgerald then stated we're accepting the amendment, which is why we're in the position we're in now.
That's
Councillor
after the start of the debate.
Councillor Wiggin, I'll allow you to speak if you would briefly.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I don't understand why we're not following the debate process flowchart. But I will quite happily take my right to speak now. Thank you. I agree with my leader about we should be following the correct terms. I will follow Councillor Hiller's lead and keep my responses brief. I think it was quite telling that Councillor Simons quite wisely ducked my question earlier about what Aragon weren't telling us, because residents in Hampton have been angry with the council on a scale I've not seen for a long time about the stickers on their bins telling them that their bin collections aren't changing, which is a colossal waste of money. But if they're not telling us that, what else aren't they changing? And I'm looking forward to the deep dive into the partnerships and our contracts and things, to see what else comes out. Actually, that's not quite true. I'm terrified because it's going to be horrible, and we're going to have worse problems coming forward, I'm sure. I think it's quite telling that we've had to reduce our capital programme by so much. I think that's not a criticism of the administration for their vision. I've no doubt that they're doing what they think is the best for the city, but it does show that they lack the financial nous to plan for the long term. And I'm glad we're finally getting on top of that. Look at the example of the Vine. I raised this at growth scrutiny last night. And so there was this big pitch, came with the Towns Fund saying how great this is going to be. And then it was all dependent on match funding, which as soon as someone actually looked at our finances in detail from government said, actually, you've got no money, you can't spend it, unless we go and sell one of the units to fund it. So, yeah, that's not a good look for the council. I think, as I said in the previous, the phase 1 proposals, I have great sympathy for Councillor Coles, who's taken on the role this year. I don't think anyone else in the council wants that job at the moment because it's a nightmare what he has to deal with. Yeah, he wasn't on the cabinet previously getting us in this mess, so he does have my sympathy for that. But I don't appreciate the threats that the opposition have had that we have to vote through the budget because the government will take us over or the improvement panel won't be happy or we're going to miss our statutory deadline. We shouldn't be talked to like that. We're not stroppy children. We're grown-ups trying to do the best for our residents. And yeah, I can't vote for a plan on libraries that's so vague as other people have pointed out, especially when I was somehow excluded from the visit to the library that's in my ward. Could possibly be because I'm the only non-Conservative councillor in Hampton, but that's mere speculation. And I can't vote for a strategy that decimates our historical offering. The Museum and Flag Fen, as Councillor Day has pointed out, as the son of a historian, I've grown up with history surrounding me, and we have so much history in this city that we just don't appreciate how we should, and a lot of that comes from the council. I think Councillor Joseph's speech was brilliant, but actually we do have some assets left to sell because we should have disposed of the town hall when we came here. We've got this wonderful modern building and then a 30s throwback that's not really up to spec. So we did consider an amendment to sell it off in addition to the amendment we've put forward. However, we felt it more prudent to wait for the review of assets currently ongoing and to see what comes from that. And I hope that the new senior officer team, that many of whom are here tonight, will provide much better leadership on this than the Cabinet does. I also want to pay tribute to all of those in the finance team who worked so hard to get all these papers together, especially given the circumstances of the departure of the previous Section 151 officer, which none of us were expecting. But Councillor Sanford is right to say we're not doing enough to reach our corporate aim to reach zero carbon, which is one of the things that we potentially looked at doing with the selling the town hall to fund a climate and sustainability reserve, and then also improve our general reserves. This plan can wait a little bit longer, but given the latest IPCC report states that things are much worse in the world than we thought, we don't have time to wait much more. So I'd like to thank Councillor Coles for agreeing to our amendment, which will take a small step to help, but we need more, and this budget doesn't do enough.
Right, thank you. I think Councillor Hiller, you said you didn't wish to add anything.
Well, I might have changed my mind.
But before you do, please, can I invite the Chief Executive who'd like to speak on the information the Section 151 officer provided? Matt.
Thank you. I've obviously been here 4 weeks. I just want to set out as my perspective, listening to some of the comments There has been threats around government intervention. I can categorically say we are already on the first rung of government intervention. We are already there. We do need to set a budget tonight, ideally. It's absolutely essential. All councils have a role as full council to do that. I fully understand the comments made by opposition parties as well, but collectively through FSWG it's been recognised a lot of collaborative effort to put forward suggestions, amendments to the budget, etc. But all I would say is collectively, as councillors, as full council, we need to consider this very carefully. Because if we don't sort this, there will be potential government intervention. And they will take your powers away from you. And that is serious, and that has been done across a number of other councils at the moment. Just want to put that in perspective. I'm giving you advice. You do need to set a budget. It is difficult, it is tough, and I think the council should be commended in terms of the direction of travel. There's a lot of challenges and issues here, but there has been a lot of good work gone on over several weeks, months by collectively yourselves, finance teams and others. But actually you do need to get a grip of the situation now. I agree there are lots of issues to crack here, and I totally recognise the issues around arms length companies, whatever. Those are all being looked at. They are all being reviewed. We have not been able to look at all of that in the space of the time available. But I think it's absolutely essential we reflect, listen to the comments, but we do need to move ahead.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hiller. I have, a point of order from Councillor Murphy.
Yes, on the point of personal explanation, thanks for the intervention from the Chief Executive. I'm not sure it was appropriate. We do not have to set this budget tonight. We have got more time.
Murphy,
That's
Councillor
how
Murphy,
it's explained.
Councillor Murphy, please. To be fair, Councillor Murphy, it was in response to your original point of order on the budget setting. So, thank you. I'm going to move on now to Councillor Hiller.
Are you sure?
We don't have to set this budget tonight. We can set an alternative budget. We've still got time.
Councillor Murphy, think what you like. Thank you. Councillor Hiller.
Not quite yet, obviously. To suggest that any intervention or address from the Chief Executive is somehow not following some sort of protocol, I think is just bonkers, frankly. And you know, we have a Chief Executive as an extremely experienced person, and I think his commentary should be listened to very seriously. Councillor Wiggin, you know, quote, I was surrounded by history, and yet you call the town hall, and I'll quote you, what was it, a throwback to the 1930s. I mean, you know, let's get that correct. Councillor Coles, you know, he's an ex-policeman. I imagine he's faced a few nightmares in his time, so he's very capably handling this particular
Councillor Hiller, please. I have 2 points of order. Councillor Joseph.
I thought Councillor Hiller had forgone his right to speak. As in, we get to pick and choose when we want to do them now, when we've heard some more conversation.
I think we interrupted his speech.
He said he didn't have anything to say.
Thank you.
That's what he said.
I had moved on. Thank you. And who was the other? Councillor Wiggin.
Yeah, just to correct Councillor Hiller on what he said about my point about history. We've got ancient buildings in Peterborough full of grand historical value, as we pointed out, Flag Fen, the cathedral, the Guildhall. The town hall is not one of them. It was built in the 30s in an ancient style, and it's costing us money.
Point taken.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor
Not
Hiller.
accurate.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I thank Councillor Wiggin for his point of view, and I'm sure there are people that agree with him. I personally think the Town Hall is a beautiful building, built in the Art Deco style, so it's a matter of interpretation, I'm sure. For sure, it's not a particularly economical building to run. I get that. I've got nothing really to say that hasn't already been said by the leader, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure Councillor Coles will address the assembled members in his usual inimitable style. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've sat here listening to the debate with real interest, and it's interesting to hear the level of frustration that's right the way across the council, because we've had to face such difficult decisions and such unpleasant things that we've had to decide. We started at this position where we knew we were spending £20 million more than we had coming in. And there are a number of reasons for why that happened. Some of those were to do with pressures from people arriving, the number of new arrivals coming in. Some from extra costs in terms of adult social care and children's social care. We know we spend nearly 70% of all the money we receive on statutory services. So I completely hear what people are saying. I would like to pick up on those people who have said, who've been on the FSWG and have said they're looking to see options presented. I think Councillor Noaz said that, and of course, the trouble was there were one option after the other after the other. It wasn't in terms of 3 or 4 choices on one because of the amount of work we were having to deal with. Everything has been looked at, and I'm very interested to hear how quickly we've had to make decisions, and of course there have been papers presented at the very last minute, and I've received them probably half an hour before they've been presented to other people. That's a fact of life when we're dealing with so much and we're handling so many risks. And on the subject of risk, £4.5 million of what we're trying to do is a very high risk that we won't achieve these financial savings. And you just look at the budget papers, you'll see they're colour graded from very high risk down to moderate risk. And now, and I take on board what's been said from Councillor Noaz and also from Councillor Seresti. We are trying to balance things for next year to make sure that by the end of 23, the tactical work we do now, which is not a normal budget, it's not a 4-year strategic plan, it's a tactical budget for the year, to give us the time to set a clear budget that is lawful, and then to have the time to work up further detail so we are sustainable in the future. Now, I completely understand not everyone's going to be happy with what we've had to do. It's been a really difficult work to do. Every department has had to find savings in one way or another, and there have been some bits of confusion because of the speed we've had to work at. And also, we're working till the very last day about looking at other elements that we want to bring to make sure the budget comes through. Now, that work has been done, and amazingly, with the £27 million we had to find, we have found all of that. Plus, we're about £300,000 in the black. That's an incredible effort by our officers. They've managed to achieve that. We've also managed to, through consultation with opposition members in FSWG, the worst parts of the things we were having to consider as potential options, we haven't had to take them because we found other measures of doing it. So, while I completely understand the frustration, I understand people don't like to have to vote for this, I don't think the Chief Executive could be any clearer than the fact is, if you want to play a political game, rather than taking the really difficult decisions, that we, as a whole group of councillors, are here to look after the interests of our city, we have to put the city first, and we have to set a legal budget, and it has to be today.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sanford.
I don't know about other members, but I personally object to being told that if I don't vote for this budget that has been put forward, that I'm not being responsible. I'm just playing.
That's not a point of order, Councillor Sanford.
Games. It's just, I just find that.
Councillor Sanford, please.
I just find that objectionable.
Councillor Coles, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take on board what Councillor Sanford has said, and of course he doesn't have to vote for it if he doesn't want to. All I'm saying is, let's be very clear about this. If we don't support the budget, intervention will come. And then no matter what you want to do in terms of anything to do with buses or trees or any green issue, well, you can forget it because it won't be our decision. It'll be intervention from central government. And they are more interested in setting a sustainable budget and not about what Peterborough needs for the people of Peterborough. So let's be honest about this. I know we all have our own particular interests. We have our own political views. But what's much more important is that we set a lawful budget for the city tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. I'm now going to move to the vote and ask Pippa, can you commence the ball, start the ball rolling?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so I'll start the recorded vote. When I call your name, please could you indicate whether you are voting in favour, against or abstaining. And this is on the budget proposals with the amendments included. All right, so I'll start with Councillor Ansar Ali.
Against.
Councillor Imtiaz Ali.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Allen.
For.
Councillor Steve Allen.
For.
Councillor Ayres.
For.
Councillor Barkham.
Again.
Councillor Bashir.
For.
Councillor Bisbee.
For.
Councillor Andrew Bond. Councillor Sandra Bond.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Burbidge.
For.
Councillor Casey.
For.
Councillor Sereste.
For.
Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Day.
Against.
Councillor Dowson. Councillor Elsey.
For.
Councillor Mohammed Farouk.
For.
Councillor Saqib Farouk.
For.
Councillor Fenner.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor John Fox. Councillor Judy Fox. Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Hemraj.
Against.
Councillor Hiller.
For.
Councillor Hogg.
Against.
Councillor Howard.
For.
Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Ishfaq Hussain.
For.
Councillor Mahbub Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Jamil.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Against.
Councillor Joseph. Councillor Knight.
Against.
Councillor Lane.
For.
Councillor Moyo.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Shaznawaz. Councillor Over.
For.
Councillor Keom.
How did Harper vote?
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Rush.
For.
Councillor Sainsbury.
For.
Councillor Sanford.
Against.
Councillor Shahid. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Simons.
For.
Councillor Skipstead.
Against.
Councillor Tyler. Councillor Walsh.
For.
Councillor Warren.
For.
Councillor Wiggin.
Against.
Councillor Yazeen.
Against.
Councillor Yergatini.
It's a tie. It's not. It's not because it was 30-27 last time. Nothing's changed. Nah. They can have.
No, Harper and John Fox voted against. Judy abstains.
Yeah, but they voted last time.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We have 28 voting in favour, 28 voting against and 1 abstention. Mr Mayor, it's your casting vote, please.
Okay, then, and I am voting for.
Thank you, that is carried.
Is there a casting vote in this particular process for the budget? Okay.
Okay. Right, agenda item 11A. It's in relation to the council tax resolution for 2022 and can be found in the agenda pack. Members, please. Members?
No.
Again, there will be no time limit on speeches for this item, and the vote will be taken as a recorded vote. Councillor Coles, would you therefore like to move the recommendations?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I think I've said everything I need to say when introducing the previous report on the budget, so I'll simply repeat the key points that are shown in this particular report. This paper sets out the council tax resolution. This proposes a council tax increase of...
Excuse me, Councillor Coles. Members, please, can we have some silence here? We've got another motion being moved and you're supposed to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The paper sets out the council tax resolution. This proposes a council tax increase of 2.99%, which is the maximum allowable. It's split into two portions. 1.99 is the general council tax, and an adult social care precept of 1%. And this resolution, when agreed, will form Appendix M of the 22-23 medium-term financial plan. The appendix to the report sets out our tax base, which is 60,494.82, the calculated bandy council tax, which is £1,511.65, the calculated council tax amounts for all the parishes, and the calculated council tax amounts, including precepts, for the Police and Crime Commissioner and for the Fire Authority. I recommend that this resolution is approved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Fitzgerald, are you seconding the proposal?
I am, Mr. Mayor, and I just hope that we can just agree this. Thank you very much.
So you're reserving your right?
I'll reserve my right to speak, but I hope we can just
Thank
agree.
you. Can I call on any other speakers? I think Councillor Sanford would like to speak.
Yes, I would like to speak, Mr. Mayor. I think the action that you've taken on the previous item in supporting a budget for which there is no majority support in this council is regrettable. But I will now speak on the item in question. Now, we've been told that we are not responsible, that we want to, just make party political points. I'm going to show that we are going to be responsible on this particular item because the fact is we don't have any choice but to put the council tax up by the maximum that we are permitted. So the Liberal Democrat group on this issue, as we've been on the previous issue, we will put forward constructive ideas and we will be responsible, and the responsible thing is to support this proposal. But in supporting this proposal, I have to make reference to the point that I think Councillor Day made, which is the Conservative Party in Peterborough, at the same time as they're telling us to be responsible, to work collaboratively, are putting out literature which tells lies. It tells lies in relation to what the opposition parties want to do with the council tax. It says that the coalition of chaos, which Mr. Bristow and Mr. Fitzgerald are so fond of christening all the opposition parties of the council, want, and I quote from the leaflet, want council tax to spiral out of control. We know that one of the reasons we're in this position as a council is they have kept council tax artificially low over a considerable period. That is one of the causes of the problem. But also we know that we can't increase by more than 3% unless we go and have a referendum, because your government imposes a cap. No council would ever go for a referendum. The only time it's been tried, it's been thrown out. So if you do want us to be responsible, do what we're doing on this item and support the council tax increase, you must stop telling lies about us. And so long as you continue to tell lies about us, we will continue to tell the truth about you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is that a point of order?
Well, I'm happy to speak, Mr. Mayor, because
Thank you.
but
can you
reserve my right to speak, but I'll come back.
You'll come back then, because I've got Councillor Joseph next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, it's upsetting that we have a maximum council tax allowable increase in a year where everybody is suffering from huge rises in inflation, in cost of living, fuel prices, etc. But we cannot get away from the fact that the reason why we're having to have a maximum rise this year is because of the dire straits in which we find ourselves due to the mismanagement of previous years. I was interested in Councillor Cole's comment in the previous debate that, in fact, he'd only got some of the papers half an hour before we did, which is quite surprising, seeing as an administration they're supposed to be working with officers, and surely they're the ones that are supposed to come up with the ideas in the first place, hence why they're paid £250,000 to do so. So I think it's important to remember that the reason why we're having this maximum increase is because of their inadequacies as a fiscal power. It's because they've refused to put the council tax up, to its maximum in previous years, and perhaps that's because obviously when you live in a massive house and you're in a different council tax band, you'll have to put your council tax increase by nature be much higher than those in the D band, and obviously we know where a lot of Conservative voters live.
Right, thank you. I remind members that we still have further questions on decisions made and 2 more motions to discuss before the end of business tonight. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you wish to speak?
If it's my right to speak then and there are no more other speakers, that's fine. Oh, apparently Shaz Nawaz. No, OK, Councillor Nawaz doesn't want to speak. I object most strongly to Councillor Sanford's accusations of lies. I'm sure colleagues in the room would equally say the same about material from the Liberal Democrats. But I'm not going to get into those personal slanging matches. I'm just not. You do what you do politically, that's fine. Win more bloody seats, and then you can call the shots, OK? Thank you very much.
Yes, I agree with that, Councillor Sanford.
Apologies,
Thank
Mr
you.
Mayor.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Coles, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. As I think everyone appreciates, we need to take this rise. We need the money in the budget. Just to be clear, the average council tax in the UK is £1,884, and because we are a Conservative administration and believe that money should be in people's pockets first wherever we can, we're pleased to say that we're the 7th lowest unitary in terms of charges of council tax at Band D. So we are trying to achieve what we want, which is to make sure that people who are in dire straits financially are not overburdened by local tax. I please would ask everybody to vote for this particular recommendation because it is necessary to bring in the budget. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to the recorded vote. Pepper.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is the vote on the council tax resolution. When I call your name, could you please confirm whether you're voting in favour, against or abstaining? Councillor Ansar Ali.
For.
Councillor Imtiaz Ali.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Allen.
My apologies, Mr Mayor. Against.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'll just start again there. So Councillor Ansar Ali.
Against.
Councillor Imtiaz Ali.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Allen. Councillor Steve Allen.
For.
Councillor Ayres.
For.
Councillor Barkham.
For.
Councillor Bashir.
For.
Councillor Bisbee.
For.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
For.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
For.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Burbidge. Councillor Casey.
For.
Councillor Sereste. Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Day.
Abstain.
Councillor Dowson. Councillor Elsey.
For.
Councillor Mohammed Farouk.
For.
Councillor Saqib Farouk.
For.
Councillor Fenner.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes, for.
Councillor John Fox.
For.
Councillor Judy Fox.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hemraj.
Against.
Councillor Hiller.
For.
Councillor Hogg.
For.
Councillor Howard.
For.
Councillor Howell.
Abstain.
Councillor Ishfaq Hussain.
For.
Councillor Mahbub Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Jamil.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Against.
Councillor Joseph. Councillor Knight.
Abstain.
Councillor Lane.
For.
Councillor Moyo.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
Abstain.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz. Councillor Over. Councillor Keom?
Against.
Councillor Robinson?
Against.
Councillor Rush?
For.
Councillor Sainsbury?
For.
Councillor Sanford?
For.
Councillor Shahid? Councillor Sharp? Councillor Simons? Councillor Skipstead?
Against.
Councillor Tyler? Councillor Walsh?
For.
Councillor Warren?
For.
Councillor Wiggin?
For.
Councillor Yassin?
Against.
Councillor Yurgatini? Thank you, members. Thank you, members. That is 39 voting in favour, 14 voting against and 4 abstentions, and so that is carried.
Right, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll move on now to motions. Motion 1 that we've brought forward from Councillor Sanford. This motion is in relation to the invasion of Ukraine by armed forces of the Russian Federation. Councillor Sanford, I understand that you wish to move an altered version of your motion as set out in the additional information pack. Is there any objection to Councillor Sanford doing so? Thank you. Councillor Sanford, please would you move your motion as altered?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I put this motion on the agenda a few weeks ago, we were talking about the threat of an invasion of Ukraine by Mr. Putin's armed forces. I really hope that by the time we got to this meeting, the threat may have receded, but we know it hasn't. We know from our TV screens every day that there has been an invasion of Ukraine. We know that despite the heroic resistance shown by the Ukrainian people, the Russian president has shown no sign of ending the invasion. In fact, we now see more and more heavy weapons being deployed and more targeting of the civilian population. The motion says we should support the severe and increasing sanctions being placed by the UK and other Western countries on Mr. Putin's regime and on his economy. We need to take the strongest action that we can, short of direct intervention. We need to do what we can do. We need to do what we can to supply all the needs of the Ukrainian people, and we should also be welcoming to people from Ukraine who want to flee the war, its horrors, and its consequences. I was interviewed about this motion on Radio Cambridgeshire. It was actually on the very day that the invasion happened. They asked me what I thought we can do as people here in Peterborough. And what I said was, I've no conception about what it's like to see your country invaded by a foreign power, but we have to do what we can. And that brings me to the purpose of this motion. In 1991, Peterborough was twinned with the city of Vinnytsia. I know councillors such as John and Judy Fox have done sterling work in the past in cementing that partnership. Although I think it's fair to say that in recent years, not very much has happened. Now, sometimes twinning can be about, the mayor of one place coming to another and holding and sort of holding various events. But it needs to be about more than that. We think that Vinica so far has been spared the worst of the damage, but we don't know how far Mr. Putin intends to go. So now seems to be an ideal time to reinvigorate our partnership. I understand that the council has written to the mayor of Vinica offering our support. I have a small personal interest in this. I have a friend who was born in Vinica, and she now lives in Sochi, which is part of Russia. She has told me that she's very concerned about some members of her family. But what she also tells me is that over a very long period of time there's been intermingling between the peoples of Russia and of Ukraine, and that many people in Russia find it hard to understand what Mr. Putin is trying to achieve. So I think that illustrates the point that we're not against the people of Russia. What we're against is what their government is actually pursuing. And the motion also makes the point that we have in Peterborough people from many countries, particularly Lithuania and Poland. We need to support them too, as many of them are really concerned that, that we don't know how far Mr. Putin's going to go. Are their countries going to be threatened? The motion talks about our commitment to NATO, about the concept of mutual support and collective security. NATO, the EU and the United Nations have been strong in their condemnation of what's happened, and I think what this crisis is beginning to show is the importance of those international organisations. So I urge everyone here tonight to support the motion, to show that we stand for the rights of the people of Ukraine, that we stand up for human rights and democracy, and that we particularly show solidarity with the people of Vinica. Let's support our officers in talking to the people there and working out what we can best do to help. No one knows where all this is going to go, but whilst the crisis continues, we have to do all that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford. Councillor John Fox, will you second the altered motion? And if so, do you wish to speak
I will
now?
do, Mr. Mayor, and I stand to second this motion, and I stand in solidarity with the people of the Ukraine, and they're in our prayers every day. And I would ask others to stand in solidarity if they would choose to do so. I do reserve my right to speak later as well.
Thank you, members. Can I call on any other speakers? I have Councillor Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Green Party wish to say at this dark time our thoughts are also with the Ukrainian people, and we support this motion. The Green Party also want to extend that the message with our message, which we've been putting out a lot recently, is that Ukrainian refugees are being given an unconditional right to asylum in the EU for 3 years, and we would like the UK to extend that offer as well. There is a clear need to facilitate people's transit in the UK, especially for family reunion. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can call on Councillor Kayyum next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Woke up this morning to the news of 4 people being killed only today by a missile attack by Russian forces in Ukraine so far. It's been reported that 136 deaths, 14 of whom are children, have taken place, with some 400 injured since Putin's onslaught in the region in true dictatorship style. Some of the heartbreaking stories that are coming out from our very city at the vigil that was held in Cathedral Square demonstrated the urgency of the situation, and how many of our residents who have made Peterborough their home are now thrown into an abyss of uncertainty about the welfare of their friends and families. Councillors from all parties stood in unity and spoke about their own experiences when visiting Ukraine. Both Councillor John Fox and Judy Fox spoke candidly of how full of love the people they had made friends with there were. These are real people who are now no longer traceable. Mr. Mayor, I support this motion because I'm proud to stand in a city which has historically seen its people come together in times of oppression, being faced by innocent human beings everywhere in the world. I support this motion because I condemn war and killing of all innocent people anywhere in the world, perpetrated by oppressive regimes, governments and dictatorships who care not for the people who are at the mercy of their commands to kill innocent civilians, but care only for their hunger for power. I support this motion like I and my Labour Group members have supported all motions condemning removal of freedoms of people, whether that be the people of Kashmir, the West Bank and Gaza, Rohingya, Afghanistan, and now Ukraine. I stand proud as a Labour councillor alongside the rest of my group who have stood up and become a voice for all the above named issues, and this is no less important an issue, and those lives in Ukraine are no less important. We in this city have a long history of understanding what oppression means. We should never forget that. Although much of what is in this motion has already materialised nationally, it gives us an opportunity to stand as one, and I'd like to say that I support this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sresti.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cole and I this morning visited the Ukraine church in New Road, and they had quite a number of issues which they wanted us to have a look at and try and deal with and help them with if we could. And I think, with the exception of one, we're about there, and we're now going to make their special effort. They want to, it's the Ukrainian community of Peterborough that wants to be in contact with their friends and families and deliver the things that they need. And I cannot believe the amount, we were there, we watched it, the amount of stuff that was arriving this morning, food, clothes, I mean, just car after car after car. In fact, it got to the point where there just wasn't any room, and they're now desperate for tables, and they wanted somewhere to store everything, which Councillor Coles and I think we found for them. You know, like the Councillors Fox, I visited Vinica, and what a fabulous place that was, and what a wonderful weekend. And I used to, when I was working in the health service, we used to try and get as much equipment that our health service had no longer needed, but get it over there. And they were only too pleased to receive what it was that we sent them. We can talk about the vodka another night. It wouldn't be appropriate this evening to go into the vodka stories. But I can say that what a wonderful people, how fantastic they are, and how much we absolutely need to support the motion and actually support the community that is here in Peterborough. We've actually got people from Vinica living in Peterborough. In fact, one of the ladies that Councillor Cole and I spoke to this morning is actually from Vinica and has family over there, and they're very, very worried, obviously, about the whole situation. But before I finish, they were getting lots and lots and lots of food because they've put out a list of the sort of stuff that they really need. And the one thing that they are short of is medical supplies, and you can understand why after what my fellow councillor said about the deaths and the injuries in the Ukraine yesterday. So I don't know if any of you have got any contacts to get stuff that we can't get. Normally they want prescription stuff as well. Now I'm going to talk to some people in the NHS, but that's going to take forever. But if you've got any contacts where you might be able to have and buy prescription drugs so that we can give it to the group here and send it to Vinica. The ICA has promised to fund £1,000 worth of the medical equipment that they may need. My committee gave me the authorisation today that I could put my hand in their pockets, and so we're going to be prepared to do that. If anybody can help, and I know there are one or two doctors in here, that would be amazingly good, and I'd be happy to talk to anybody or talk to Councillor Coles if you prefer.
Thank you.
Whatever. Anyway, we'll support your motion. It's the right thing to do.
Right. It's 10:05 and a half, I believe. Members, it's the time now that, in accordance with standing orders, council meeting will end at 10:20, and 10:21 actually, including the 6 minutes. Does anyone want to move a motion to suspend standing order 14.2 so that the meeting can be extended?
I will, Mr Mayor, if it'll help.
Sorry, who am I looking to? Councillor Wigan, that was. Councillor Murphy, yes. Do you have a second to Councillor Murphy?
I don't know, Mr Mayor.
Right, without a seconder, the request is lost then. So we shall be ending at 10:21. So
Yeah, so at 10:21 there will be no further debate, and a vote will be taken on all the remaining items on the agenda.
yeah, thank you. And now Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and I will be brief because we do want to try and get through the remainder of the business as well as we can. I think on this topic, although we've disagreed on much tonight and it has been a difficult night, on this topic we are all in agreement. I felt the need to go to the gathering on Sunday. I felt so strongly about what was occurring. And we all share this feeling of revulsion about what's going on. I needn't enumerate on that at all. I support the motion, and I think it's a good idea to strengthen ties with Venezia. But having heard Councillor Strestian, we've spoken also about this, I think it would be a good idea if we get a kind of a group together or something to really think about the very best ways to support this effort, and so those of us who can spend a bit of time on this to get what is needed to the place that it's needed to get to for onward transmission. So anyway, that's my proposal, but otherwise I support the motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ansar Ali.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like most of my colleagues, I think it breaks our heart to see the pictures on our television screens. I wholeheartedly condemn the actions of Putin and the Russian government in invading Ukraine. I stand with the people of Ukraine and people of Russia who are going to suffer as a result of this heinous act of aggression. Mr. Mayor, I also want to condemn all other wars, invasions, disregard for international law, human rights abuses around the world. There is no need for wars and conflicts. There is enough in the world for everyone. And these wars and conflicts cause so much misery and deaths. And the only people who benefit from them are mostly, sadly, American companies. The common man dies while the politicians decide the fate and arms of companies that benefit. We have to stand with all people who are suffering around the world in conflicts, in wars, and I think we have to treat all people equally wherever they are suffering around the world. And sadly, we have seen some disparity in how we treat some compared to others. And I'd just like to see an end humanity together. We should see all human beings as one. We should support all those who try to bring us together rather than create divisions and wars and conflicts. We are with the people of Ukraine, and we just hope and pray that those people who are hell-bent on dividing our societies around the world will come to their senses and they will be rightly guided. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, we have just 11 minutes left. I'll call on Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that people have spoken about human rights and human rights in the rest of the world and not just to Ukraine. And I think we need to acknowledge that human rights apply to people of colour and brown people as well. I also think we need to acknowledge that there are Russian-speaking people in Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia and maybe Kaliningrad that may need our help and assistance in the not too near future, and we need to be aware of that as well. In the 90s, I went on a recuperation holiday activity with some children from Chernobyl. Many of them, they were not going to live for very long, and I'm glad that the proposal of the motion have mentioned our previous links and our ongoing links with Vinitsa and how that can be extended. The UN have been meeting, and the EU seems to have responded pretty quickly in reaction to this. And I think if there's going to be medical aid and prescription drugs, it will be probably the EU that will be getting them in. They've been able to get ammunition and more bombs into an area where we really shouldn't have bombs. And as that journalist took to task the other day when she mentioned the non-proliferation nuclear agreement of the 90s, you know, there were 3 parties signed up to that agreement: the United Kingdom, the Russian Federation and the Ukraine. When those nuclear missiles were removed as part of the sign up to that non-proliferation treaty, the security of the Ukraine and the other areas that were disputed around it were guaranteed by the British, the Ukrainians and the Russians. The Germans and the Americans pledged support, but they didn't sign up. What has Britain been doing in this period when it was part of that agreement? We had an opportunity as signatures along with the Ukraine and Russia to intervene, maybe because of the way the Russian president operates and doesn't operate democratically, although money we've had from them over the years, this present government didn't seem to get involved. We also had Manx 2, which was quite clear as well. A UN unanimous agreed solution that's been there for several years that guaranteed the border and guaranteed the security. Again, the Ukrainians and the Russians weren't able to work together to sort it out, but Britain and French and the Germans could have done more to nudge it along. I support our solidarity with people, but we need to bear in mind there is a lot more to this than what we may have learnt or understood in recent days, and we must show solidarity with all people and support those that oppose war and respect humanity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Yeah. I have 2 more speakers. I'm drawing a line after the second and then asking to sum up. Councillor Noaz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll keep it brief. Otherwise, I think Councillor Fox will probably kill me when he next gets his hands on me. But an important point, I think it should also be noted, Mr. Mayor, we have a number of Russian families living in Peterborough, and we must support them as well, because I know firsthand, every time there's a terrorist attack somewhere around the world, people like myself get targeted even though we have nothing to do with that. So I think sometimes, having looked at the comments on social media, people assume that if somebody's from Russia, just because Mr. Putin's taking an action, those people actually agree with him, and more often than not in Peterborough, that's not the case. This council has always been anti-war, and I'm proud of the record that we have for doing that and standing up for human rights. And I totally agree with all the comments made here tonight from Councillor Cheresti, Councillor Kayoum, everybody else who's spoken, that we must do all we can to support Venezia, and our thoughts, prayers and well wishes are with them. And just to keep it very brief, Councillor Fox, if you ever go to the Ukraine, book me a ticket as well, because I'd like to come with you and show our support.
Right, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. On a more practical note, it goes on for what Councillor Walsh was saying. I was approached just recently. Dogsthorpe has in fact twice the national average of Eastern European and Baltic citizens living in the ward. And I've been approached on a number of occasions. To give you one example of a Moldovan friend of mine who's gone over there today. And I think what we should also do is look at people like the Polish, the Moldovans and those countries bordering the Ukraine to help out and reach them, to help the refugees who are pouring into their country. And in addition, let's please stand together in solidarity and getting our government to be as open and as welcome as we can to anybody who wants to come to this country at this time of immense crisis. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor John Fox.
I'll sum up quickly, Mr Mayor.
You have
I'd like
3
to
minutes.
Sorry?
3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Councillor Nawaz. His words were very words of wisdom. 100% correct. It's not about... It's about what the suffering is going on at the moment, and that's the main thing. I have put an email in, and I have a suggestion why we have a full council, and the email was, I haven't had a reply, is why don't we use the town hall reception area as a pick-up point, working with the Ukrainian community, and people who are shopping in the city, if we give out a list, because they've got a list of the medications they want, if the council put that out as a press release, could we not use the town hall as a pick-up point? We did use the depot once when we'd done the stuff to Viditsa, we used them. Is there any reason why we can't use the town hall? And if we can, let's get it up and running, because if they're in need of this stuff, there'll be a lot of people shopping out there that can't get down to Handle Road, haven't got cars or whatever. They'll want to drop it off, because there's a lot of good people out there and a lot of heartfelt people that want to do something. So please, if we can do that, let's start from there. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford, do you wish to sum up?
Yes, just very briefly. I think we've had a lot of really moving contributions, and I'm not going to try and respond to all the really good points that have been made. I very much welcome the suggestion Councillor Fox has put forward, and I think Councillor Walsh put forward a very good suggestion of creation of a group, to try and coordinate what we as a council can do. I'd be really keen as an individual to be part of that. But just in conclusion, really, I was just thinking about the meeting that we've had that we've had this evening. We've had some very vigorous arguments, some very heated arguments over the budget, where there's been real differences and strong feelings on both sides of the chamber. But then we had the debate on Ukraine, and we've all come together, and we've all been of a common view. Isn't that what a democratic institution is supposed to be? Aren't those the principles of democracy that the people of Ukraine are fighting for? And I don't think we've been told that the government may be observing the meeting. Well, I hope maybe Mr. Putin was observing the meeting, and perhaps we should, if we still have diplomatic relations with Russia, perhaps their ambassador should be sent a copy of the meeting this evening, because I think that this meeting shows what democracy is and why it's really important.
All right, thank you. We need to go to the vote, but no dissent, so that's fine, thank you. The motion's passed. Right, so it's not quite 10:20. 2 minutes. Shall we move?
Mr. Mayor, could I just indulge for a second? Not to detract from
I move that we go to the vote, because we've agreed to do that. We're not going to have debates.
Only one speaker at a time, please. Thank you.
I was going to suggest that we also, I know Councillor Fox did stand, but I thought it might be nice, as a lot of people have been doing it as well, that we give a minute's clapping for the people of Ukraine, just to show our solidarity, if we've got a minute to spare.
Good point, and that'll use that time up quite fruitfully. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I will start the process for a minute if we want to.
Thank you, members. Thank you. It is close enough. The clock started a little bit late. Right, we just have some business to wrap up. In accordance with standard orders, there will be no further debate. A vote will be taken on the remaining items on the agenda without further discussion. All motions, amendments and recommendations will be deemed formally moved and seconded. But I'm going to ask the Head of Constitutional Services to read out the recommendations, then we will go straight to the vote. The only motions that may be moved are for a matter to be withdrawn or for a matter to be delegated or referred to a relevant body or individual for decision or report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first item to vote on is the annual pay policy. Is there any objection to this?
Agreed.
That's agreed. The next item is the housing policy, the Cabinet recommendation on the housing policy. Is there any objection to that item?
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay. The next item is on the approval of the budget for the City Market and the land at Northminster. Is there objection to this? Yep. Okay. Well, we'll move to the vote. So could all those in favour of this recommendation please raise your green cards?
It's unanimous. Oh no, no.
That's the other way.
No.
I say that's the other way. It's easy. Yeah, that's the other way.
No, Hogg, Stanford. Bond.
Okay, thank you, members. Can all those in objection please raise their red cards? Okay, thank you, members. And those abstaining, please raise your yellow cards.
Hiller. Yes, Hiller.
Thank you, members. That's 47 voting in favour, 6 voting against and 2 abstaining. So that is agreed.
That's 55.
And the final vote this evening, members, is the motion from Councillor Hogg in relation to the permanent use of St Martin House.
Agreed.
Is that agreed? Nope. Okay. Thank you, members. So all those voting in favour, please raise your green cards now. All those voting against, please raise your red cards. Thank you. And all those abstaining, please raise your yellow cards. Okay, thank you, members. That's 11 voting in favour, 33 voting against and 13 abstaining, so that is defeated.
Do I have control now, Pippa? I've got control. All right, thank you, members. That concludes tonight's meeting, and it's been nice meeting you all.